Hello, everyone. Welcome. Uh, I've never done this before, so I'm learning a lot as we go along. Um, Feel free to ask me questions or talk to me about whatever you wish. I'm going to get started off with the deck tech of the Capitaline Triad. Now, let's see. If you're not aware, she came out in the latest Assassin's Creed set. Let me double check something. Volume's good. Okay. She came out in the Assassin's Creed set, and she may cost 10 mana, but the cost reduction occurs for each historic card that's in your graveyard. And then you could exile a number of historic cards from your graveyard with total mana value equal to 30 or greater. That's the thing we're pursuing, because once you do, you can change all the stat blocks of your creatures to become 9/9s. I've been building a couple of colorless decks lately, and this is probably one of the few that have interested me a lot lately. And we got a couple. We got one from, let's see, Commander Masters. We got one from Modern Horizons 3. And now this one. To start off, I don't really normally like to talk about the rocks or removal pieces unless they offer some kind of synergistic part. But because the colorless decks, you have very few colorless options out there, I think they're worth talking about in terms of removal and card advantage. So I will. In terms of rocks, not so much, because I don't see the point. If anything, colorless does the best at, it's at ramping you mana. So again, if it offers a synergistic piece, I'll stop and talk about it. First off, Manifold Key. Now, the reason why you're running this is because there is multiple packages when you're running on a budget. This list comes out to be $90. It's an Affinity Artifacts budget, colorless, historic, mill, and tokens. Manifold Key pairs well with some of my mill packages, and because my curve is so high, I get to take advantage of my multi-producing rocks. And Manifold Key is slightly better than Voltaic Key because you can make a creature unblockable, and it also pairs up nicely when you turn your stuff into 9/9s. No Elemental Blast just came out last set. I'm excited to try it out. Most decks are multicolored, so at the very least you'll be using this probably mostly to snipe out people's commanders all the time. Voltaic Key, this is the original OG version of Manifold Key. Still good though. Oddly, it's $2 more than Manifold Key. It's because this hasn't been printed a whole lot. And it's highly played. Probably equally as played as Manifold Key. If you're running one, you're running the other. Millikin. This lets you mill a card, add a colorless, and then I like this in particular in terms of rocks. It might be a creature and it's has to deal with summoning sickness, but the mill part is nice because we want to be filling our graveyard with as many historic permanents as you can. And if you're new and you're not sure what is a historic permanent, that includes legendary creatures, sagas, and artifacts. Artifacts are a lot easier to abuse, and I feel like when Wizards designed the historic keyword, I feel like stapling artifacts in there was a bit of a mistake, even though it was flavorfully correct. It just makes it a way easier keyword to abuse, in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to be doing in this deck. I'm not running a whole lot of legendary creatures, but I'm running 56 artifacts. Spatial Contortion. I like this because it's an instant speed. It's 2 mana. When I pick removal, I prefer it to be at instant speed and for that same cost. This doesn't have the range I'd like. I wish it was more unconditional, but you could only kill things of 3 toughness. But It does have some nice flex because you could target your own stuff, and I have killed people with a lethal attack by pumping it just that extra 3. You never know when that might come up. Mind Stone. Now, it might be a mana rock, but of the things that are integral for commander decks to function, you need card advantage, you need ramp, and you need removal. Colorless sucks at the card advantage and the removal part, so I will take it where I can get it, and drawing the card is very desirable. And I also appreciate artifacts that have a sacrificial clause attached to them, because then it's more fuel towards my activated ability to make all my creatures 9/9s. Same with Pit Trap. It's a removal piece. Lets you kill a target attacking creature without flying. Can't be regenerated. And it's reasonably costed. It might be a 4 mana total investment, but 2 mana play. And I think there's like a little bit of extra value in this, in that it'll stave off a bunch of aggro from things that people aren't willing to give up. And ironically, people don't fill their decks with crappy cards. You know what I mean? So like, they're not gonna just be willy nilly willing to give it up for just anything. If anything, they'll be committing tokens, and a lot of tokens that are made in Magic are uh, not that threatening. They're normally like 1/1s, 2/2s, but uh, very rarely do people make tokens that are bigger. Fortunately for us, though, it is a bit of a token deck, and uh, I'm trying to make them into 9/9s. So I kind of contradicted myself, but it's still in the rarity and um, of that space of things to come. Silversmith. This is a synergistic part. You can tap it and tap 1 to discard a card and make a 1/1 colorless sliver. Not only does it make a 1/1 to be turned into a 9/9, but it also fuels your graveyard with a historic piece. Mill 2 cards, Perpetual Timepiece, and then it has some graveyard protection, which I also really like. For 2 mana, you could shuffle any number of cards from your graveyard back into your library. I wish I could run more mill cards in this deck, but they're not very budget friendly right now, because ever since the Mothman came out from Fallout, all the best mill cards just spiked in value. They're either double or triple what they used to cost. Like Mesmeric Orb used to be under $5, and now it's like above 15. Same with Altar of the Brood and Altar of Dementia. Those 3 are like some of the best cream of the creme mill cards that you could boost this deck with. If you're looking to upgrade it, like say $100 is not tight for you, those are the 3 cards I'd recommend right off the bat for throwing in this deck. But I like the Perpetual Timepiece as well, because I could untap it, mill more cards, and I protect my graveyard at the same time. It has a lot of density on it than one would think. Idol of Oblivion, I'm going to be making tokens, so it's a card advantage piece. Lets me draw a card every time I make one. Patchwork Gnomes lets you discard a card to regenerate it. Another discard outlet. Discard your big, dumb, expensive things from your hand, and then hopefully it'll get you to where you need to faster with this Capitaline Triad. I also appreciate that it's free and it's not a tap ability, unlike the Sliversmith. You could use this as many times as you like, as long as you have cards to pitch to it. Unstable Obelisk. It's not my ideal mana rock because it costs 3 mana. I prefer, like my removal, to also be 2 mana or less. We're on a budget and removal scarce, so having a rock that can also blow something up in the late game ain't bad. Warm Power Stone produces 2 mana. It pairs up nicely with your Voltaic Keys. Burnish Heart. I haven't ran one of these in a long time. I don't like how expensive it is, truly, but because, again, we're going back to I could use it when it's in the graveyard to your commander. So this will not only ramp you, but help you reach your goal faster. Same with Navigation Orb. Slightly better because it costs 1 less mana to activate. Foundry Inspector, we're running 56 artifacts, so we're going to take advantage of those coupons. Transmogrifying Wand. I feel like this does not get played as much as it should. I think it's one of the best colorless removal spells, or just like budget-friendly removal. You can remove a counter from this, and you destroy a target creature, and they get a 2/4 Ox in exchange. And it has 3 charges on it, so it's a 3 for 1. And with the keys, you can abuse this and use it much faster. Normally, you have to wait, like, to get full use out of it, you have to wait 3 turns. You could at least crack it twice a turn and get it done quite nicely. Glaring Fleshraker. This is one of your best token producers. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, there are a lot in here. They're actually all colorless because you're playing a colorless deck. You make a 0/1 spawn. And whenever a colorless creature enters the battlefield under control, it deals 1 damage to an opponent. Or to each opponent. That's even better. You're going to be making a lot, so this could actually be like an endgame closer in the right circumstances. Palladiumer, just another subject matter I want to talk about is once I pay more mana for a rock or removal, it has to be sweetening the pot a little bit, if you know what I mean. This produces 2 mana instead of 1, like I would from my 2 drops. And like my Unstable Obelisk might not be all that cool to look at, but like at least it could blow something up. There aren't any other rock in the game that does that. Even though it's a 5-cent card, I think for its uniqueness, it deserves a little bit of respect. Sands of Delirium. This is one of your best mill cards. You sink X into it and you target yourself. You mill X cards from the top of your library. Skyclave Relic, another sweetening the pot kind of rock. If you kick it for 3, it turns into a, what do you call it? Like a Gilded Lotus, or another comparison would be the stone that gets passed around when people hit you. For the same mana, it's a 6 mana investment, but I like that I could play it early, and I could play it later for a better deal, kind of like Everflowing Chalice. Semblance Anvil. I want to take advantage of those artifacts. This makes all your artifacts 2 less. Mazzolanti, the Great Door. I like it for its free draw and discard effect. I think I'd rarely use it for the transformation clause. I don't even know what its backside does. Oh, you get to add a ton of mana where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. It's a little counterproductive because your commander exiles your graveyard, and then the transformation side on this also exiles stuff in your graveyard. So it's a big oof. Like I probably will rarely transform this. It's purely in here for the card advantage and the filling of my graveyard. Cloud Key, another artifact coupon. Hedron Archive, produces 2 mana, and I can sack it and draw 2 cards. Card advantage goes to my graveyard for my commander, and it produces 2 mana. What's not to love? Sisters Ring produces 2 mana. I can appreciate that it comes in untapped. Trading Post. This is going to be a nice utility card. It kind of does a little bit of everything that you want to be doing in this deck. You make tokens with it. Lets you discard cards. And lets you sacrifice creatures in play to return an artifact from your graveyard to your hand. You could also sack an artifact to draw a card. So, like, 3 of these modes fill your graveyard up for your commander. The other one puts a body in play, also for your commander, to close out the game. Nev's Disc. I like it that it has a little bit of reach. I don't like that it comes in tapped, but hopefully I could fix that with my keys, and then I could hold the board hostage. Destroy all artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. We got, well, I could talk about it, but it's for the same reasons I'm playing Sisei's Ring. Mystic Forge, one of your best card advantage engines, lets you look at the top card of your library at any time and cast artifact spells and or colorless spells from the top of your library. Pay 1 life to exile the top card of your library. The only time you do that is when you start bricking on stuff. So, like, you hit a land, or it's a card that you can't cast, or it's a card that is not useful for your current situation. Just activate this and keep digging. Clock of Omens. This lets you tap 2 untapped artifacts control to untap a target artifact. Pairs well with the mill pieces, pairs well with the mana rocks. You'll have pretty big turns with this thing if you've ever had experience playing with it. Highly recommend you start. $1 is a steal. Throwing Dynamo is a classic rock for 3 mana. Eldrazi Confluence. It fulfills the card removal piece, and I like that I could choose the same mode multiple times so I could hit multiple creatures on one spell. I could also exile things and return to play, or make 1/1s to make bigger later. Caneptic Scarab Swarm. This is another one of your card advantage pieces. Or no, I was thinking of the Spider. My bad. That's in the 5 drops. This one, however, on ETB lets you exile a target player's graveyard, and then for each artifact and land exiled this way, you create a 1/1 insect. It's one of your biggest token producers. Let's see. One would think lands doesn't come up often, but fetch lands always do. And I'm going to play and feature this deck on Moto tonight. And I'll show you that even on a budget or joining casual tables, I will still have to deal with very expensive decks that are in paper because it's very cheap to play these decks online. Good. Well, it says it's fine. Just checking on the stream. Moving on. We're in the 5 drops Argenta Masticore. First strike protection for multicolored, and then at the beginning of your upkeep, you sack it or discard a card. When you discard a card this way, you destroy a target non-land permanent opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the mana value of the discard card. It's a removal piece, and also fuels my graveyard for your commander. Mishra's Self-Replicator. Whenever you cast a historic spell, which is almost everything in your deck, you can pay 1 to copy this. Turn into 9/9s later. Hollow One, I will exclusively be using this just to pitch to my graveyard to draw a card. And be 5 mana closer to activating my Triad. Selective Obliteration. I don't have experience playing this board wipe, so I wanted to test it out. It's 66 cents for a reason, and it's probably because it gives your opponents a choice to choose a color, and they could dodge losing a major part of their board, or at least dodge missing the key pieces of their board state. So that's probably why a lot of people don't play it, but I'm going to give it a shot, see how I like it. Guild Lotus for a bunch of mana. Blinkmoth Urn also produces a lot of mana. This one's a little fair, though. It's a universal effect where it affects your opponents just as much as it affects you, but when you play effects like this, you need to break symmetry, and you need to do it more than what anyone else can. Since we're an artifact deck, it's most likely going to be the case where you get a bunch of free mana, a lot more free mana than anyone else does. This is the Caneptic Spider that I was almost accidentally talking about, but whenever a non-token artifact creature or an artifact vehicle enters the battlefield, Get the draw card. Now when I'm looking at this and thinking about it, it might not be that great in this deck. I'm only running 22 creatures, and it specifically says non-token, so I might have to replace this with something. Oh, feel free to mention something in the chat if you have ideas for this list that you don't see in here. Maybe I'll go and make some changes. I mean, I'm already going to make some changes, at least for this, but if you have a recommendation, I'd be glad to hear it. Mind's Eye. Whenever an opponent draws a card, you may pay one if you do draw. Forsaken Monument. It's one of the all-time greats in colorless decks. This lets you rubber band and accelerate your game. What I mean by rubber banding is when your opponents know what you're trying to do, you're going to have the eye of your attention. Maybe your commander will scare the living daylights out of people, and you're going to have a nice target on your back. That's when Forsaken Monument comes in handy, because you get to gain all that life and make a bunch of mana to get to where you need to go. Mer Turbine. I haven't played one of these in a long time. You could tap it to put a Mer Artifact creature token into the battlefield. Take advantage of the artifacts, untap your stuff, and it's pairs up really nicely with the Clock of Omens, because you produce an artifact that will help pay for half of its activation costs, if that makes sense. So you'll be able to stretch a Mer Turbine and Clock of Omens pretty darn far. You know what? I think I think I even misspoke. No, it's Clock of Omens. I was thinking of Unwinding Clock. I think Unwinding Clock is within our budget. I think it's like $8. Yeah. I'm $10 under budget, so I think I'll replace my Canoptic Spider with that, and it'll perform much better. Ideally, I would like another card advantage piece, but I think I had somewhere around 12 or 13, so should be okay. Runaway Boulder. This is just a really expensive card that I could cycle away for 2 mana and draw. In a rainy day, I could use it to blow someone's creature up. Just like the Indiana Jones rock, although I think this one will actually run people over, unlike in the movie. Dreamstone Hydron, I like this a lot. Taps for 3, could sack it, and then have 6 mana in my graveyard towards my my goal. Steel Hellkite, it's a nice, consistent removal piece, I guess. It's kind of weird because it's an X activation, so you can activate it multiple times for different values and blow up different values worth of stuff. But surprisingly, you will hit a lot of things on the same mana value that you need getting rid of. And it gets stronger in competitive formats because everyone's stuff is extremely cheap and efficient. You'll probably scoop up a lot of stuff. Most of the time I activate this for 0 even and just scoop up tokens. I've had plenty of experiences with that, like where it's even good against casual players, because casual players love tokens, and kind of has a little bit of a crux for any kind of table you play at. Endbringer, this is one of your card advantage pieces. It's great because it untaps itself, and then most of the time I'd use it just to draw a card on everybody's turn. But it has some flexibility. You could take away a creature or kill a planeswalker off. You can also make it so a creature can't attack or block this turn. So if there's someone that has something threatening and they clearly have intentions of messing you up, you could activate it on their turn, or you could wait till it's your turn, activate it, and get in with a 9/9. Keening Stone, this is one of your best mills pieces for 5 mana. Target player mills X, where X is the number of cards in that player's graveyard. You target yourself, and this is what I've experienced. You activate this thing once, and you automatically meet the requirement for your Triad. Ugin, the Ineffable, card advantage, and he blows up a mono or multicolored permanent. It just can't be colorless, and it makes your colorless spells cost 2 less. I'm sorry, it's written in Japanese. I did that all based on memory. Of my many talents that aren't very useful in real life, remembering magic cards is one of them. I wish I could apply that to other things, but if you want to look it up, you could always just look at the screen here, type it in on your phone, look it up for yourselves. Or if I draw it up in our game tonight, I'll show you exactly what it can do. Thunderhawk Gunship. This is kind of fun. On ETB, you make 2 tokens. It's exactly what we want. But the also, like, cherry on top is whenever it attacks, attacking creatures you control gain flying till end of turn. So, post making your stuff 9/9s, this is just your finisher kind of piece. It's much more diabolical than I think most would think of it would be. I guess concerned players could put 2 and 2 together, but you never know. Myr Battleспhere puts a bunch of tokens into play. Can't ask for anything more. Sojourner's Companion. I like that it cycles. I don't know if I'd ever really need to do that. There's only 2 colorless... Yeah, there's only 2 colorless artifact lands out there. I think it's Darksteel and Treasure Vault. Yeah, why not? We'll throw those in here. I don't think I have them in here, actually. And since I have money to spare, prices fluctuate all the time. Yeah, Citadel's 64 cents and Treasure Vault. Just in case I end up drawing one and not the other. Oh, that's perfect. We'll cut 2 wastes. Still under budget. Now I could pitch this to my graveyard, get the land in case I need one, and have a 7-drop in my graveyard. Threefold Thunderhulk. On ETB, you get 3 counters, and then whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, you create a number of gnomes equal to its power. You could sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Threefold Thunderhulk. So you could make it a compounding interest of sacking your own gnomes for 2 mana, make them bigger, and get them back in return. It's kind of like you're kind of paying half the costs in a weird way. You sacrifice 1 gnome now so you can make more later, if that makes sense, and it has compounding interest. So that cost gets a little bit smaller with every passing attack. It's a sweet deal. Searing Invasion puts 5 tokens in play. Not bad. Myr Enforcer is just a big dumb artifact for me to pitch or just play for free. Summoning Station. This is a really sweet endgame piece, or it pairs well with your untapped tools, but you get to make a 2/2 colorless pincher, whatever that is. Is that a baby on a conveyor belt? Looks like there's a baby on there. I never noticed that until now. My interest in what a pincher is become a little disturbing. All is Dust. This is a classic board wiping colorless. Forces everyone to sack all their colored permanents. It's a one-sided board wipe because you're obviously entirely colorless. Phyrexian Triniform. This is a fun finisher. On death, you create 3 3/3s, and then it has Encore of 12. So you'll make, if you have 3 opponents still alive, you'll make 3 of these Triniforms, and then you have to sack it at your end step, meaning you'll make 9 more tokens that also get turned into 9/9s. It's an awesome deal. Codes like the Great Distortion. This helps you refill your land. It also has some interaction that lets you counter stuff by discarding a card, which also fuels the Triad. Does everything. Melver Colossus. Just a big dumb idiot that can be really dirt cheap to play. It also pays for at least a third of your Triad's CMC cost. Because you're in colorless, you get access to a ton of, I guess, utility lands. You get to play them with Reckless Abandon. You can... normally when you have a color deck, you have to really consider, lands that only produce a colorless pip, because if you need to cast something that has colorless, it could only pay for that. And if you run too many of them in your deck, you might actually draw too many and then be stuck with a ton of cards in your hand. So because you're in colorless, you get to run as many as you want. It's also why the price point is greatly so affected. Like, these are all really great lands, and they're all under $1. They're actually, most of them are cheaper than what a waste costs. I have 9 wastes, so that means each waste is roughly 50 cents. Look at how many of these utility lands fall below that 50-cent mark. Only 6 lands are more than a waste that are in this pile here. But we'll talk about some of the utility of these lands. Need to wet my whistle, get a little dry lips. If anyone asks, I'm drinking apple juice. On ETB, you get the Scry 1. Really helps smooth out your draws. Mishra's Factory. I like these man lands in here because they become 9/9s in the late game. Labyrinth of Scophos. If I got nothing else better to do, I might as well remove an attacking creature. The nice part about this also is I could do favors for my opponents. I could remove attacking creatures to keep them alive if I wanted to. It could be a bargaining chip. I feel like not enough people bargain enough, unless they're playing a dedicated hugs list or politics list. People often forget that you can make deals with people. And my advice for those of you who like politics or wants to get into playing politics in Magic is only broker a deal that benefits you the most. And if someone offers you a deal, imagine that's the reason. You know what I mean? So if someone approaches you asking you for a deal, make them sweet the pot, because they're asking you for a reason. All right. This one lets you surveil. Lets you... surveil is you look at the top, and you may leave it on there or throw it to your graveyard. It's perfect in this deck. I could ditch one of the big expensive historic pieces for my commander. Majoring Network, if you have nothing else better to do, it's a nice little land where you can put storage counters on it, and at some point you could cash them in for a bunch of mana. And it taps for mana on its own. There's like no reason not to play them in colorless decks. Spawn Bed Protector, I can sack it to make a bunch of Scions. Another Scrying Land. This one lets you draw cards once you've ascended and have a City's Blessing. City's Blessing occurs when you have 10 or more permanents in play. Rogue's Passage makes one of your 9/9s unblockable. Buried Ruin lets you get an artifact back to your hand. This puts 2 Thopters to be turned into 9/9s into play. This can be cashed in to put the top 5 cards of your library in your graveyard. And you may put an artifact on top, but I mostly will be using this to fuel my commander's cost or activated cost. Shrine of the Forsaken Gods. This is like the better brother to Temple. I hate Temple. Temple is the land that taps for double if you have 5 or more lands. I don't know how many times I've gotten that pre-turn 5 and it was a useless land, and I haven't played it in years. The last time I played Temple of the False God was probably back in Commander 13 when there weren't a lot of basic lands in existence. That was probably the last time I ever played it, and I hated it then, so I definitely hate it now. Scavenger Grounds. Unfortunately, it exiles your graveyard as well, but having some utility to interact with people's graveyards always good. Hopefully, you are forced to activate this after you activate your commander, because you only can get one. You can only get one emblem, which is also very unique about this commander. Is there's never been a creature that gives yourself an emblem. Usually, that's only exclusive to planeswalkers. Having multiple emblems from the Triad is worthless. So, like, I don't know why you would do that. Bonder's Enclave. You should be able to activate this pretty consistently and draw a card. Another Scryland, Demolition Field to deal with your Gaia's Cradles. And yes, I have seen Gaia's Cradles in casual lobbies on Moto. Happens all the time. Same with Ghost Quarter. Thespian Stage is kind of fun. I always forget that I could copy anybody else's land. So I'm going to copy other people's Gaia's Cradles. Indestructible Land, you saw me add this. It's for the Newt that costs 7. I can pitch it to get this or the other artifact land like Treasure Vault. War Room is great in colorless decks because you pay no life, you have no colors to speak of. It's great in colorless decks. Terrain Generator lets you put a basic land from your hand on the battlefield. It's really crappy ramp, but like I had no reason not to play it. If I have nothing better to do, it's nice value, and it comes in untapped. Sanctum of Ugin's pretty fun. Whenever I cast a color spell with mana value 7 or greater, I could sack it to search for another colorless creature card. I imagine I'll cast my commander at some point, and I'll just grab my Metalwork Colossus or Kozilek. The Colossus for filling up my graveyard with something big, or Kozilek for refilling my hand, one of the two. And that brings us to the end of the tech. I'm going to check the comments, see if anybody has any recommendations for maybe adding to the deck. And I know there's some latency with this, so let's see. I don't see anything in chat, so if anyone's okay with that, that's cool with me. Let's play the deck. You guys mostly want to see what it can do. Oh, and by the way, if people want to talk about stuff not Magic related, I'm totally cool with that. There's going to be a lot of downtime in between turns. Like, you've had the pleasure of me editing things down so you don't have to just sit here for an hour, but typically games last from an hour to 2 hours in length. And in case you didn't know, I am a registered nurse. I can't give medical advice because I don't want to get sued, but I have a lot of medical knowledge. I was in the military for 8 years as a medic. That's what inspired me to become a nurse. And let's see, other fun facts you might not know about me. Oh, I'm a husband. I have 2 kids. They're 1 and 3 years old. Maybe you're an aspiring parent. What did I call this? I think I called it 9. I'm in the wrong section here. Or if you have questions about Moto, I think there's not enough people who play Magic the Gathering online when they should. I feel like upgraded precon, that sounds like our um, kind of neck of the woods. Or I could join the casual decks. Rocks are okay. Meaning I have to deal with Mana Crypt. I don't mind dealing with Mana Crypt. It's just something I expect. What happened? Looks like I switched the little menu over here and it went back to my old deck. Crouching Tiger is one of the other decks I built for tonight that'll feature on the channel. Oh, okay. We'll just join here. I like the left player's name. Got you, sucker. Shurikai is pretty brutal. Kalia is pretty brutal. Pantlaza can be pretty brutal. I've built Pantlaza. I've seen a couple of my friends build Pantlaza. I went with the more combo-centric version, where I just flicker Pantlaza a bunch of times. I don't know, it's not even a dinosaur deck. My hand is great, though. I have a Soul Ring and a bunch of mana at my disposal. Silversmith, too? Whoops. I really can't stand the hidden menus in Windows 11. I hold my mouse over something to read it, and then a secret window just pulls up. Oh, and if you really want to learn turn order, um, Moto's one of the best. If you want to learn the stack, Moto's the best at doing it. If you want to learn how priority works, Moto's the best. You're gonna be like a shaved cat, and you're gonna stick out like a sore thumb because you're gonna be eating away your timer up in these corners. But if you're fortunate enough and you're in a nice lobby of people, they're pretty generous and will help you out. In fact, I had a couple of buddies I play Magic with on a different Discord channel, and we bump into new players all the time. We invite them to play with us in that group of people, and sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't, but I met a lot of cool Magic players online that were just starting out. Also, the other draw with Moto is Magic cards are incredibly cheap. Very rare are Magic cards above $5. And let's give an example. I think last week or the week before, someone played a Time Twister, and you could get a Time Twister for $4. And as I was saying earlier, Mana Crypt's really common. That's like $2. Stuff like that. Anything that's Power 9. Usually anything that's really expensive on Moto, it's very temporary. It's because there's like a new hotness on one of the 60 card formats. Because people like grinding to get into the Pro Tour on Moto. It's because you get to play from the comforts of your own home. You don't have to go to some sweat lodge with 100 people at like a PTQ, and it's not a very comfortable experience. If you've ever played in a tournament that large, it can be taxing, like both physically and mentally, because you'll be playing Magic all day in a large enough PTQ. The last one I played in, I finished in the top 8, and I was there from 8 a.m. all the way till 11 p.m. It was a long day of just playing Magic. Don't recommend doing that. And that was when I was a spike player playing Modern. I don't do it anymore. I had too many responsibilities. When I did that, I was in the military, and I had a lot of free time on my hands. When I had free time, if I wasn't at work, then I was playing Magic. And if you're curious what deck I was playing to enter the top 8, it was playing Red Green Ponza. Ponza is Blood Moon and Stone Raining people's lands. My favorite way of playing Magic is actually not letting people play the game at all. I rarely do that on the channel, but it's an all-time favorite pastime. I don't do it with my friends as much as I used to. Oh! In this latest update, they added some weird summoning sickness particles to the cards. That's new. It used to be this really old school swirl, and now they added like a ripple effect to the card. That's really cool. It might be just because of the set it's from. It's from Future Sight. Could be a style thing. The next creature I'll play, I'll find out. Everflowing Chalice is pretty sweet. Since I can't sacrifice the Burnish Heart now, I might as well dump it into the Chalice here. Yeah. I don't want to go entirely shields down and play my Burnish Heart when I can't sacrifice it. It'd be really crappy to make the mana investment and not get the lands from it. And because I don't know how important my Argenta Massacre is. It's really early in the game, and I'm having a really strong start. Like, this keeps people from catching up to me. But I also don't have a lot of cards to pitch to it, so maybe it's just better to do the 1/1 thing. If I had card advantage, I might be more worthy of doing this. I'll just get rid of that. And this is bad practice of me, I'll be honest. I should be doing this on Pantalaz's end step. But I'm impatient. I have a ton of mana at my disposal. I have a Gilded Lotus in my hand. I also have Burnish Heart. Hopefully I find some card advantage either in the near future. Otherwise, I'll just be casting my commander. I mean, that's also not something to scoff at. It's a 7/7. It's pretty darn threatening on its own. It can kill people in 3 shots. I love Everflowing Chalice. It's a very cheap card, but it's a very good card. I love cards that get stronger as the game progresses. I don't know if my viewers have played my Commander Cube. I assume most of my viewers are currently watching are personal friends of mine, and I appreciate you guys tuning in. Or you might be subscribers, and you've never met me in person or played my cube. But most of my creatures scale up, and that's why the games, or most of the creatures in that cube scale up, and that's to keep the games nice and short. I did that on purpose from a design reason. I think that's a very appreciated factor because most limited formats are really grindy and long. The longest part is drafting my cube because it's literally filled with cards that a lot of people have never seen in their life. But the gameplay part is not. Like, I think we could finish up multiple rounds in the same amount of time it takes to draft. It usually takes somewhere around an hour to draft my cube. I would say we could finish 3 games or 3 rounds in my cube in that same amount of time frame. It's also a 2-headed giant cube, so like you'd also think that's a really grindy game, but it's not. It's a great experience. I built it because I really loved Battle Bond, and now I'll access my own personal Battle Bond set that is hand selected by me, and I love every single card that's in there. Ooh, Summoning Station this early? That's good too. Let's see. 2/4, I have 7 mana. I can play Summoning Station now. Get that ball rolling. Honestly, I want to get maximum value here. Damn. That's so good. I get more mana, or I could start making a bunch of 2/2s. I guess they start coming in taps, so maybe I need to start building my board now. It'll be a tempo issue later in the game, this Sunwing, and if I build my board up fast enough, this won't be an issue. So you see how individually their boards light up? That is priority actively being passed to people. I'm not going to block with any of these, so I'm just going to attack the middle player here. And if the SRAM player attacks me, that's fine. This is 2 damage. Unfortunately, the Sunwing prevents me from doing any combat tricks. And be like, oh, you forgot I have my Summoning Station. But I'm going to respond to people's removal with Summoning Station, because whenever an artifact goes to my graveyard, I get to untap this. So I can't auto-yield now. I have to manually click OK for everything. I guess I could turn off the stops, so I'm not sucking up timer. I basically just want to respond to people's removal. If you look at this little bar at the bottom here, this also describes how many steps and phases there are in your turn. So like you see these little notches here, I could put a stop there because that's when priority is normally passed. If I don't have it lit up, I forego it, and it just ignores it automatically. And if you notice here, there's 3 notches because I have 3 opponents at every one of these steps, and then on my steps I have 1 for each of these. I just remembered, I had a comment about priority when it comes to drawing. They said that priority never passes in the beginning phase, but if you look here where you see these notches, you clearly see that it does. And it's just a little bit of proof in the pudding kind of thing that priority does get passed at upkeep, and that it does happen at draw step. I forget what the conversation was about in particular. Oh, it was for the Aslas deck tech, where I made the mistake of thinking that you can respond to your Liliana's contract and activate what's it called? Mirage Entity, the thing that lets you for X mana turn everything into changelings. Um, because Lilianic's contract specifically says at the beginning, keyword beginning of upkeep, you get the win clause. Um, Once the upkeep priority gets passed, the beginning is long gone. It's very specific. It's hard to visualize in your head, I imagine, if you're a new player, but uh, the word beginning is very literal, if that makes sense. Um, by the time priority gets passed to you, um, the beginning is long gone in like a literal sense, in a weird sense. People are ramping. I might actually attack into the Sunwing or something that's up, just so I can make more dudes. But I guess that it's not the same, so I don't know. Yeah, never mind. That was a dumb thought. Oh no, this little thing is. Its hands are wrenches. What? It's wrenches for hands. Oh, that's a disturbing thing. Look at this ugly thing. It's got a face only a mother could love, that's for sure. Oh, it's Scry our top. I need some card advantage. I want it. If it's not card advantage, I'm getting rid of it no matter what it is. Okay, card advantage. I'll take it. So now I have 8 mana at my disposal. I wonder, because I have so much mana already, I might just pitch this Gilded Lotus and fuel up my graveyard. That doesn't sound bad. I think this Gilded Lotus would serve more of a purpose in my graveyard, sadly. Because I already have so much here. My opponents must find that kind of bizarre to do. But I'm feeling pretty confident in my position. And then if... let's see. If any of my other stuff dies to a board wipe, or like people want to target my artifacts, it's just more fuel for my commander. Not only in cost reduction, but also in activating her ability. It's a very it's a very lousy situation to be putting your opponents into. It's a lose-lose for them. Crap, I can't activate my Burnished Heart now because I have that Bonder's Enclave on top of my library. What I could have done was play the Burnished, sack it, and then did the Scry. Oh well. Shurikai is one of the most resilient commanders out there. He's one of the best Azorius commanders for a reason. It's because he's a commander that is a unique permanent type, and that he's an artifact vehicle. It's like traditional removal is not that effective. Like things that only blow up creatures, which is common for removal, doesn't do jack. You need specifically artifact removal, unless he feels like crewing it. But 9 times out of 10, they never crew this thing. It's just a card advantage engine. And they usually play things like Intruder Alarm to go very deep into their decks. Because they make a pilot, they untap all their stuff, and then they do it again. It's like a classic uh, infinite setup. I wonder if True Alarm and taps lands too. I'm gonna look that up real quick. No, it only untaps creatures, so they have to specifically crew Shurikai into a creature. But once that is online, they can go incredibly deep into their decks. And luckily, the crew that they make, or the pilots they make, it could crew up to 2 greater. It has a crew 8, but the pilots could crew 3 of that cost. So he only needs 3 pilots in play alone to do the job. But if he has other creatures like SRAM in play, he only needs 2. And he probably plays things like Voltaic Key to take advantage of that. Hope everyone's having a great 4th of July. I had a great time. Sun drains me. I did a bunch of grilling today. Had a bunch of family and friends over. They brought their kids over. Our kids played. Um, it's great being a parent. It's kind of weird. It feels like most of the time I'm taking a backseat in life a little bit, if that makes sense, where I'm like outside looking in at my own childhood, and it's kind of great that I feel like I could give that what I had to my kids or other people's kids, or it's a great feeling. I spend a lot of time just watching and not a lot of talking when a bunch of people come over with their kids. Rampaging Geoderm gives attacking creatures +1/+1. Okay. If you're wondering what that sound is, it's my area. People are lighting fireworks off. I don't mind it. They're banned in my city, but people shoot them off anyways, obviously. Oh, this thing has haste? Alright. 4 damage coming my way. That is fair. Because I've never streamed before, I have to like, I wasn't aware that I'd have to periodically come here and check if people are writing in here. So I'm sorry if I don't respond as fast as I would like. Thanks for watching, Chris. Um, I appreciate it, man. Chris is one of my friends. He has kids of his own, and they're around the same age, and they play together. And it was a pleasure feeding you for lunch, and I don't know, the company of talking with you. I always like seeing you, your son, and Beth. We're just taking it. It's got trample. I wonder, because I'm so lackadaisical with my planning. Like, I planned on like streaming at 10, but I didn't think setting up would be any problem at all. I was like, oh, I just hit a button and we start. That's my terrible assumption. I have to make an overlay for the chat. I'm realizing. I guess it's nice for when I cut these videos up and submit the nice and short versions throughout the week. Because I'm going to be streaming very late tonight. Um, if these games take as long as they do, I have 3 decks on the docket, so it should take around 3 hours each. And then the deck takes around a half hour. So I'll be streaming for at least somewhere around 4.5 to 5 hours. And that's if the games are nice and short. Oh, I didn't activate my thing. Hit the OK button. Oh well. Got my Bonders Enclave, I guess. Now I can, I guess, block something? Do the Jedi mind trick on someone? Oh, the one dinosaur died. What killed it? Huh. I don't even know what got rid of this. We're just going to do this very inefficiently. How much does my commander cost? 8? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have exactly 8. Alright. It's a 7/7. Why not? It's a scary body. Let's see, they're at 37, so I could hit them. I could get the middle and left player down to 36. Share the love. I'm going to beat on the guy with the card advantage, though. More specifically. When it comes to like how I target people, card advantage engines are a big thing for me. They do not go unnoticed for me. If anyone has more card advantage than me, I don't like it. They have a target on their backs. And the reason for that is they just have options. Enables them to rubber back into a game. So I'm going to probably beat on you more if you play something like Shurikai than everyone else. I might set a upkeep trigger. Is there any significance for me to do that? Not really. Now I think about it. If I lose by 9 because I didn't activate my summoning station, we'll know why. If the game comes down to a wire like that. In case you didn't know, this triggers whenever any artifact goes to the graveyard. Even my opponent's. Could be relevant. Unfortunately, I have to suck up people's clock because I don't want to miss out on a trigger with my station. So every time they cast a spell, I have to hit OK. Maybe I should be more ready with it. Or activated ability, for that matter. Omen Keel. Huh. So lets you steal lands from people? Oh! Mobilizer mech's really nice. I kind of glossed over that, but whenever he crews a vehicle, he can turn another vehicle into a creature for free without... It lets you segue the crew cost. So it's very handy for, you know, a commander that costs 8 to crew. He just crews one of his other vehicles and then auto turns his Shurikai on. So I'm a little worried if he finds a True Alarm. He could go pretty deep into his deck. He could at least see... If he plays Intruder Alarm, he'll have 2 more activations with Shurikai. And swing at someone for 8 damage. Pretty scary. I do love the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty block. It's probably one of my more recent favorites. I like the music video with the story of how the Wanderer came to be. Sorry, there's a bug in here annoying me, but I like that backstory and the relationship between her and what's his name? He's the ninja guy with the computer parts on his head. He's also got a spark, and now he's looking for her in random places. It's not Satoru, it's something else. Oh man, I love Greed. It's one of my favorites. Now I have someone to beat on, because that's a card advantage engine. But look at the Shurikai player. He's already 8 cards deep in his deck compared to us. We're at 86, 84, and 87. So, like, the options that this guy can do over here is alarming. Kind of getting outpaced here. He's already seen a full hand more than I have between his compulsive research and his thought cast. And that's just the power of blue. Blue has a lot of really cheap and efficient card draw spells. And I'm very telegraphed of what I can do. I'm seeing 2 cards a turn max. I might have prematurely pulled this trigger, but I was trying to put some pressure on the left player, and that was pre having this guy having this, or goddamn, what was the creature that I wanted to talk about? Yeah, pre-immobilizer mech. I thought we were good, and I was gonna just be able to attack into here freely. Now, not so much. He could just crew this and make it easily, so my stuff gets blocked. Although his short guy's tapped, so if he wants to trade multiple things for my triad, which also reduce, I think I'm okay with that. I think we're in good shape still, actually, for attacking the player on the left. I won't dedicate my 2/2s and 1/1s his way. That'll probably be the middle player. And eventually, I hopefully outscale the player on the right. And we just have a good old-fashioned slugfest between random artifact creatures and dinosaurs. He's playing the more traditional version. Maybe I'm the traditional one. I'm not sure, but it's a flicker deck. All I do is flicker Pantlaza in my version. Going at the player on the left. I don't know. He's got a lot of stuff over here that can block. He does have 1 mana open, 2 mana open, so he could have a combat trick. I hate to say it, but like dinosaurs are pretty fringe. Most tribal decks are, unfortunately. Like, there's exceptions. Like, I think elves and goblins are not fringe. I think you could close out games pretty hard with them and pretty consistently. Dinosaurs, a little shaky. Semblance Anvil, that's a bummer. Let's try drawing a card. Since my Semblance Anvil isn't doing much at this point, I have no cards in hand to be reducing costs. I might just pitch it to my Sliversmith. Get some value that way. And right now I'm at 10 CMC of 30. Still a little ways away. Hit a land, but I could scry, or it's a surveil, so it's even slightly better. Selective obliteration. I could put people on the ball. I'd only be affecting the left player and the right player. The player on the middle will probably pick blue. The player on the right will pick green and save everything. So I think I'll just put it in my graveyard. It was a risk. I talked about that when I was going over the deck tech, that this might not hit enough things, and that could explain why it's such a dirt cheap card. And the situation is garbage, so I ditched it. Now I have 15 CMC in my graveyard. See? My discard outlets are serving a purpose outside of just just being there, I guess. Just attack with everything. This middle player might be a little upset with me. I'm hitting him for 8 damage. It's just a low-hanging fruit that I'm not going to ignore. I think I was playing... First time I moved in my area, one of my viewers, I met him in probably not the best fashion. He asked me why I was hitting him, and I'm like, because you're the weakest player. And it was a joke. I was trying to get under his nerves, because secretly I was... I hate when folks complain. So, like, in turn, I like to just, like, rub salt in the wound when that happens. And I'm like that in person. And it's probably not the best. I've changed a lot since then. And obviously, he and I are very close friends at this point. And I still rub salt in the wound, but it's more of a friendly banter. Like, then we were complete strangers, and I was probably just an asshole. If I had to put it in easy terms. But truth be told, the true reason why I hit him and why I'm beating on this player in the middle is the fewer players that there are in this game, the better chance I have at winning. And you can't feel bad about doing that. And I've come across a lot of people that do that. Like, when I was teaching my wife to play the game, she had a hard time doing that because she felt bad. There's, like, she is very personable, and it's not to her fault. It's part of one of the many reasons why I married her. Oh god, this thing's pretty scary, if I remember right. Beginning of your upkeep, put a +1/+1 counter on each of 3 target non-creature artifacts. Yeah, this is one of his, like, finishers. He can make something really big, or multiple things really big. Luckily, he's having mana issues, which is wild, because he's seen so many more cards than us. It might be our saving grace this game. Well, he played a land. He had to be making land drops. I guess we are on turn 6. He just hasn't made any mana rock drops. He's been just playing one land a turn. Unlike me, I've been making land drops and accelerating with excess. Fortunately, this happens on upkeep. It's not as good as I feared. I thought this was an end step. Because of, like, the power creep in Magic lately, I expect these, like, triggers to happen on, like, beginning of combat, beginning of end step, because lately the cards that trigger an upkeep have been significantly weak. If you get the trigger the same turn you play it, it's more desirable, and that's the power creep that I'm talking about. Lately, they've been doing that, and this is fairly recent, and it's still an upkeep trigger. So I was sweating over nothing, but in the near future, I will be sweating. I'm not going to be closing this game out in the next turn, so he's going to be making stuff bigger. And this dinosaur player might be leaving me alone because he knows I'll tag him back much harder than how he can hurt me. I think that's partially why he's been just leaving me alone. Or he could just be recognizing that drawing a lot of cards is a threatening thing. Like, Greed and Shurikai, Those are very worthy reasons to be beating on people. We haven't seen much from the Kalia player this game in general. I also don't tell people that I'm playing a budget deck. Um, Out of fear that I whip people and they know I did it with so few amount of money. Darn. Okay. I still want to discard. This is a creature. Unfortunately, it will die, but I can follow up with my summoner station. All the triggers will be added to the stack, and I can just um, tap it in between, and I'll still have a really big board post this Toxic Deluge. Unfortunately, the Shurikai player dodges it. Good for him. My commander dies, but I mean, I have a lot of my cost reduction here. She will actually be cheaper than what I originally played her for. I don't need to activate it now because it's going to die to Toxic Deluge. Equates to be the same thing. Get my wastes. Oh, I need to buy some snow-covered wastes. Now that those are a thing. Put this in my command zone. And then I have a bunch of summoning station triggers. Gonna activate my station. I'll have 4 2/2s on the board if I do this right. One of these other players had an artifact creature in play, and that's why it prompted me. So it should actually have 5 in play after this all ends. And I'm holding Control Z, so I don't lose priority. Oh. Okay, I guess it's just 4. I didn't click it fast enough on the first trigger. So I missed out on a 2/2. Again, unfortunately. If you're wondering how to hold priority in Moto, you have to hit Control Z, just like in what's it called? Arena. I don't like Arena because it's not very monetarily friendly. I don't like that you have to craft cards. I don't like that you have to spend actual money to get gems to then buy packs. I would rather just skip all that and just buy the cards that I want for dirt cheap, which is what this program does. What's also wild is despite me not passing priority because of the station, I'm still managing my clock really well. The only one that's beating me clockwise is the player on the right, but they have a very straightforward deck. Phyrexian Unlife. He's probably running the combo. He probably has the thing that doesn't put counters on himself. It'd be hard for me to deal with. see, I have 19 CMC in my graveyard. 11 more, and then I could turn my creatures into 9/9s. But this is what I mean by resiliency. This guy was largely unaffected. He lost a card engine piece, and he lost a nice little beater, but it didn't really change much in his game plan. We're going to end step yields. Let's see if there's anything. Yeah, sorry, man. Salty as salt. Since the left player is so open, they've seen more cards when we beat on them. They don't have any creatures. The crew, their stuff. Well, they actually do. They could tap Shurikai, make a 1/1 crew a vehicle, actually. So I guess I'm beating on the middle player again. I don't want to just trade my future 9/9 babies away. I want to force them to trade. Nice little scribe piece. Transmogrifying one, hell yeah. Well, now if he wants to make his stupid things into creatures, I could just kill them. I like kind of putting him on that spot. That's a good hit. Can I not activate this? Oh, I don't have a creature with 4 or greater power. That's why it's skipping my ability. Alright. How much does my commander cost? Cost 7. Alright. Child's Play. We'll just play that again. Yeah, killing my commander does nothing. Does not feel good for your opponents at all. Now I have a creature with 4 power or greater. My God Artificer. It's also kind of like a weird dynamic where people don't want to blow up my permanents, because then it's more fodder for me to activate this. I just love that feeling of making people really uncomfortable. Unfortunately, I can't play my Transmogrifying Wand because it tied up my mana, but whatever. I'm somewhat keeping up. The player in the middle will be down to 5, but they have the Phyrexian Unlife, so it's more like 15. And if they have the other enchantment that prevents counters getting thrown on them, that'll be a nice deflection in general. Phyrexian Unlife only triggers when they take damage. So he could activate his greed as many times as he wants and not get any poison counters thrown on him. I wasn't aware of that interaction. That's kind of cool. That's from me just seeing it. I've never seen it done like in game before, but I think that's how it works. Is because this doesn't inflict damage; it's loss of life. He should be able to activate this as many times as he wants, and his Phyrexian Life won't put counters on himself. However, the City of Brass does do damage to himself, so I'll be tying up a mana in terms of cutting his life short. Weirdly, the pinchers are not artifacts, but they have the artifact like color. Kind of weird. I was expecting when that Toxic Deluge went off, that would get a lot more triggers. But that would explain why I didn't get as many as I thought. He's not tapping a Shurikai. He's doing the Drago strategy. The coveted. Every time I see this, it just brings back horrible memories from when I played a lot of Modern. Blue-white control is so obnoxious. This is what they did, is this Drago, and then they wouldn't tap anything at sorcery speed until they were ready to win. And that's the kind of vibes I'm getting from this right here. No one just has 7 cards in their hand with 6 mana that are supposed to do nothing. They're mana short. Oh, no. They have 7, actually. Yeah. It might be a Psych Rift. Yeah. Blue-white control players, they love to, like... They're like edgelords. They like to hang on by the skin of their teeth and get you at the last possible moment. I feel bad for playing cards like this because I just suck up so much time, and it's not because I'm not paying attention. It's I have to hit okay every time priority gets passed, and I limited it as much as I can by only having stops on end steps. But because I'm playing stuff like this, I can't. And the reason why it's like that is in case someone wants to fire off removal and artifact creatures get swooped up in the business. Or just artifacts in general. Wow. His life goes back to 40. That's obnoxious. Oh, is this a counterspell? That'd be friggin' hilarious. Come on, blue-white player that's been sitting here doing nothing. I imagine it's counter... Yeah, Cyclonic Rift. Nice, he's gonna die. The spell's gonna fizzle on the stack. What a jerk. I didn't call that this was a Cyclonic Rift. I love it. One time I like to see that happen. Dirty. Oh, that's hilarious. Unfortunately, I lose my develop board, but it's been fun. And now we're just down to 3. In case you didn't know, because the card that was about to put him back to 40 was on the stack, he, in response, did the Cyclonic Rift, bouncing the Phyrexian Unlife back to his hand. And a player can't exist with 0 life without any constituting factors, which was the Phyrexian Unlife. Thus, he died and the spell fizzles on the stack. Could yield till end step now. Don't need to be sucking up people's time. Oh man, that was a fun play. Got a good chuckle out of that one. Usually it's me who gets a dirty finished on. That sounds gross, but seeing it to someone else, it's quite pleasurable. Wink, wink. Thanks, Neo. They do suck, but it's worth it. They're powerful. Thanks for watching, buddy. Or listening. I don't mind shadow watching, having me play in the background, listening to my voice. I don't know what my voice sounds like because it might sound drastically different than what you see in my videos because I use a what do you call it? I use AI to clean up my voice, and it sounds really smooth. It takes out a lot of the reverb, and obviously you hear people shooting fireworks. That would get taken out in the videos as well. Ooh, Thundering Hawk Gunship. Well, unfortunately, we're not close to closing this out, so that's not going to be played anytime soon. I guess I could crew it and draw an extra card. I need more cards in my life. Drawing cards is king. I'll play the net positive rock for starters. Unfortunately, I can only activate my transmogrifying wand at sorcery speed, or at least during my turn. It's not a sorcery speed thing, or is it? No, as a sorcery. So, dang, it would have been nice to force him to turn this into a creature so I could blow it up, but I can't. Yeah, I think seeing more cards is more important right now. I could play the station and get that ball rolling again. But I just hate being behind in cards. It's the worst friggin' feeling ever. My buddy Neo does that to me all the time. He's someone that's from that Discord group I mentioned earlier that I play with often on here. And we met in one of my videos. We got beat by two people secretly playing Two-Headed Giant, and we forged our relationship in a crucible. It was my Mother Day's Not Safe for Work special. If you haven't seen that, I recommend watching it. But he's in that video. Or maybe that was the video where I actually beat those two jokers. Yeah, it might have been then. I'm going to go with the card draw option because I can't activate my Capitaline Triad I can't activate my Triad anytime soon. People's mana are tied up too. I might as well draw a card here. This is how colorless players draw cards. Very desperate like. They will draw cards in any way they can. Merch Brian's not bad. Now I make 2 bodies a turn instead of just 1. And I still have an Astarte to tap and make this into a blocker if I wished. I'm doing the Shurikai thing, just being a pill, and maybe I'll catch people with their pants down. They feel like it's safe to attack me. Now I can just yield. I love yielding. Yielding feels great. Well, yield through this turn, yeah. So fortunately, I don't need to like hit the. I don't feel the need to let the timer run because when people attack me, priority gets past me no matter what. So I can crew this and block if I wanted to versus tapping my stupid station. Not so much. I had to do it the hard way. I would say Got You Sucker lived up to their title with their last play with the Cyclonic Rift. That's probably a pretty good Got You when it ends up killing someone. Oh yeah, is Shiro in here too? Yeah, I do have a Kozilek the Great Distortion deck. I haven't played in a while. Um, he's probably the best colors deck, bar none, because the strategy is you play a bunch of cheap rocks, make all the mana you need, and then your hand becomes empty. You dump Kozilek and you refill, and it's a rinse, wash, repeat kind of effect. Exiling Emery. He's responding to the mill trigger, so he has less things to choose from, but it has summoning sickness, so I don't know if it really mattered. We're getting some good counter magic out of the blue-white player's hand. He played his permission denied to interact with Swords to Plowshares. I love that Astartes Warriors have Vigilance too. It lets me play balls to the wall and simultaneously crew this. Vigilance is one of my alt... that's Drum Bellower. He gets to untap his creatures every upkeep. It's like a weaker version of Seedborn Muse. So why it's great in his deck is he could tap down the creatures to crew his stuff. They become untapped on the next person's turn, and then he could crew his stuff again for blocking. It's like pseudo vigilance that I was just talking about. Why I love it so much. Yeah, it's an inside joke, the ASMR thing. Oh, you went to bed. That's fine. Yeah, it's understandable. It's really late for him, I imagine. Talia Primal Conqueror. All right, that's pretty scary. Could flip it over to do some serious damage. I mean, he gets a free spell off of us here. Dispatching his commander to deny him a discover trigger. I don't know. I don't know if I would have done that to deny the trigger. But then again, I'm happy because that's lesser cards in this control player's hand to use on us. He's just gonna replay his commander anyways. It's cheap. Honestly, he probably should have been using that dispatch on this thing. It's more threatening than his commander is. If I like to send my videos out to the players in the games, if I happen to be online at the same time they are, if he ends up seeing this video, then I hope that my reasoning is sound to that individual. I do that a lot on the channel where I see someone else make a play where it could have been slightly better. And I do that too to myself. I make plays that I realize could have been better. Forsaken Monument. That's pretty good. Soul taps are slightly better, but I don't know if he takes advantage of the life gain or the stat increase as much as I do. Ooh, Iron Soul Enforcer. That's a pretty good one. Whenever it or a commander attacks alone, gets to return an artifact to his... Oh, I think it's to play. Yeah, it's pretty good. Fortunate for us, he doesn't have any artifacts in his graveyard. But, I mean, this is all just value town. Like, why not? I mean, it's still a 4/4. It's a reasonable body. And he draws off of it with his Grook's Uprising. I'm still doing good on timer, considering all the talking I'm doing and all the shenanigans with this artifact. While these folks here are at 41 minutes and 39 minutes, and I'm still keeping up with them. I've been pretty engaged in the game. I'll give myself a pat on the back for that. I don't feel as bad. I don't feel like I'm wasting anybody's time then if everyone else is just as slow for less of a reason. because neither of these players have played anything that had the same reasons that I had. And that's not to be like knocking on them. It's just some people are faster than others. It's just how the world works. And I'm not upset. Uh, I'm more concerned about their time than it is for me, if that makes sense. I'm somewhat considerate. I'd like to think of myself as being considerate. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the same page here, Neo. I feel the same way. Future abuse. Because I think this guy's playing traditionally, where he's just playing a bunch of dinosaurs, and this just happens to be one of the best. But like, if he was playing a flicker deck, like the way I played him, this would uh, this would be a better dispatch target for sure. But Zakama also a very good target for dispatch. Oh God, we were fortunate in that he cheated it out into play. So he doesn't get the untap trigger, and we get a turn to interact with it. But that's pretty brutal. He could pretty much clean up everything we have. Zakama is one of my all-time favorites. Sorry. Traditionally, every time I say its name, I have to shout it at like the top of my lungs. I got that from a Versus game back in the day when I used to watch their stuff. Zakama! When he first came out in Rivals of Ixalan, that was like the rule that they imposed on themselves. He's an all-time favorite of mine too. I still have a deck with him in it. Neo's played against him. I think Chris has too in the past. Mm, yeah, it could be lag too. Could definitely be lag. Because I've been on the shitty end of that too, where my game is lagging and it just keeps on sucking out anywhere between like 3 to 5 seconds on my clock. And when that happens for everything that happens in a game of Magic, that priority gets passed. It eats up a considerable amount of your time. And I've had time. I've lost games because of that, and I've had it recorded too. Merb Alcer's good. I need to get stuff in my graveyard though. And now that this Zakama's in play, I'm worried that my stuff's gonna get blown up. And now his stuff's indestructible? What is doing that? Why is this indestructible? Oh, Savage Order does that? Holy shit. Oh no. That's gonna be hard to deal with. I was just gonna clean it up with my transmogrifying wand. An enemy of my enemy now becomes my friend, and unfortunately, 2 of his exile spells are in his graveyard. Shit. This might be where the dinosaur player takes over. That's so unfortunate. It only costs 3 mana to blow something up. And he has 4 activations at his disposal. And he took my Burnished Heart. So he could get more basics to fuel his Zakama. That feels really bad. I'm definitely going to attack this player on the right with my little battleship here. Might as well, since I give my stuff flying. Ooh, Labyrinth isn't bad? Well, I still want an answer for that. Alright, we're going to go to combat. This stuff has flying too. I'm just going to attack the player on the right. If he wants to block with his Bone Horde, he can. God, now my hand feels awful. Like, I was just gonna dump everything, but now with that thing in play, I have to be really cautious. I'm not sure why he's crewing stuff, because I'm attacking the player on the right. Oh, is he gonna turn my... He might be turning this into his commander. What a sick play. Oh no, he's turning it into... No, we're not there yet. So, because this is a vehicle, he could change it into something else if he wanted to. It's attacking the player on the right, so I'm not sure why he's doing what he's doing. Oh, it specifically has the U control. I thought he was specifically doing it to change my thing into something bigger. But I didn't notice the clause of U control. Oh, this has reach. Oh, I forgot. I'm playing bad. Oh, God. That was awful. Yeah. There's a lot of keywords on Zakama, and for how often I used to play him, I should have been better at remembering that. Whoops. Shit. Yeah, Farewell is pretty good. Is it budget friendly? Like, is it paper budget friendly? It's been a while since I looked at it. It got reprinted in um, the Fallout decks. Kind of want to look that up. I base my prices on TCG Player. It's literally on the cusp of $4.47. It's hard for me to justify playing this in my decks because normally if I'm going to be paying top monetary value for my cards, it's for like a game-ending effect. Yeah. Uh-oh. Sky Sovereign ain't helpful. There's not an artifact in here that's too scary, actually. Talking to the other player here. Oh, that sucks. The player on the left passed through combat on accident. I mean, the only person that's really open is me, and I think we're on. I think we're teaming up right now. This Zakama's gonna wreck our boards here. Yeah. As soon as I'm done streaming tonight, I'm gonna download a program for the overlay so I can see chat from YouTube. For whatever reason, I just again assume that that would just be automatically slapped on my screen and I didn't have to do anything for it, but I make a lot of assumptions and I like to play things loose and I don't like to really plan things. I like to learn things the hard way. This is a nice little lesson. When you mess things up, you remember them, or at least I do. I remember things whenever I screw up. Like, I'll remember that Zakama has reach for a long time again until I don't play him again or don't see him again for a while and make that same mistake again. It takes a while for me to repeat a mistake. But to say that I never redo them, I guess, is a little bit unrealistic. I imagine this comes my way. He's transforming it. I'll soak up 9 poison counters unless he feels generous and goes to the other guy. I don't know why he would. He could literally kill my blocker and kill me if he wanted to. But I have the Labyrinth of Scophos, and I could save us. I can protect me and the left player, my former enemy over there. More disappointed that I lost my gunship and now I can't draw cards like I was kind of being in a cheeky way. I have to play something else and tie up my mana. I'm gonna piss off this right player and untap this attacking creature as soon as priority comes to me. Do I not have it? Yeah, I should be able to do it. As much as I appreciate that the attention's not coming my way, the fact that you could just blow things up. Oh, it's only temporary until end of next turn. Okay. Okay. I'm going to be blowing that up with my transmogrifying wand. In that case, I'm going to let this beat him and trade off resources. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Make this guy work for it. I don't have to do him favors. I got the answer in my hand. Going back to my ungenerous self. I guess he could block with his 10-10 and kill this thing off too. Interesting, he chose to exile his artifacts because he knows that the player on the right could just blow it up. Is this thing indestructible? No. It's not indestructible, so he could still blow it up with Zakama for 3 mana. That's not a good move, actually. It would have been better if he kept those permanents. But I'm not gonna... We're playing the win here, folks. We're trying to... I mean, I like to showcase the deck. Yeah. That's a good FU. Ouch. Yeah, he traded off several permanents for not a good reason. Not the only one out here making mistakes, I guess. Okay, back to the Dino player for interested dealing with. In fact, he can... No, he's not quite there yet. Oh, he's just surrendering. All right. I think it was a little premature. You had some life in you. Could have blocked. Alright, let's see if I can pull this off. On the bright side, my giant ship is now in my graveyard, and I am that much closer to making myself into 9/9s. 12. I'm at 22. It's my lucky number. You can't go wrong with that. I hope I get like a key so I can untap my transmogrifying wand and deal with this Atali. Unfortunately, I might have to take lumps next turn if I don't. Or something that untaps my artifacts would be ideal. Not what I was looking for. But it's expensive. Puts me up to 29 should it die. Okay. The wand is coming down first. We have to get our priorities straight here. We're going to kill that. Fortunately, he doesn't have any more mana, so he can't respond and blow this up and deny me value. I can Scophos. I need to leave 5 mana up, and then that means I only have 2. That doesn't feel good. Could dump everything into that. 3. Because this produces mana, I could sink it into my Scophos for untapping his Atali. But I need to produce 4 mana, so... If I go down to 4, this taps for 2. I'll have 1 excess. If I tap it for 6, it produces 3 and 1. Yeah, I have enough to put it on 3. We'll do that. I like that play. And then I could be at his whims. Cost 4. And here we go. I'll answer, hopefully, the Atali next turn with my wand. It sucks that he's getting to see 2 more cards. He's seeing 3 cards a turn. Not to mention he has 7 in hand. Hunting Velociraptor. Pretty good. Could circumvent costs by paying the prowl cost. I think it happens when prowl is when a creature of the same typing makes connection. Prowl was on the fairy cards. And this is the only non-fairy that has prowl on it, I think. Oh god. Welcome to the Jurassic Park part of that phrase is on the back of the card. So it's just welcome to. He's turning something into a wall. Ah, he's tying up my mana. Because now his stuff isn't like I can't activate it to pay into this. Shit. That sucks. It has summoning sickness now. When your best laid plans don't work out. I should have expected that, honestly, because of you don't have as many cards as this guy does and not have like things that throw wrenches at people. I guess I have a 0/4 that could soak, but I value the 3 mana it normally produces. Does it lose abilities? No, doesn't lose abilities, so I can still use it. What? He just makes another one? Shit. No. Yeah, I don't think I could beat Zakama if he could just make token copies of it. I didn't get to do the thing of making my stuff into 9/9s. That's a bummer. The writing is on the wall, unfortunately. Blowing up my wand. Yep. Unless I get all his dust, I might surrender, but that's not even good enough because it won't deal with Dino DNA. I would need Nev's disc plus a key to pull this off, and I don't think I can. I wonder why they couldn't just write the word infect on the backside of this. They had to write the whole ability out. I guess they saved words and parentheses. Because if they wrote infect, they would have had to include that. Alright, let's see what I draw. It's probably my last one. Phyrexian Triniform. He only needs to do 2 more damage. I could soak for another turn, but he has so many activations back here. Like, he could blow up several of my blockers. Yeah. I'll just give it to him. He'll finish me off on his next turn. That was the game. I hope you enjoyed. I'm going to go into the deck tech for Altair now. I call the deck Life Insurance because I thought it was kind of a funny quip where assassins having life insurance, so you know it's a pretty hazardous career choice. I seriously doubt they have life insurance, but it also has like a nice little innuendo in that when Altair attacks, you get to exile up to 1 assassin, and then you produce a token copy till end of turn or end of combat actually. So you're bringing things back to life in a very life insurance-y kind of way. If I'm allowed to make up words like life insurance-y. They did. They did have two. Sorry, going back to what Neo's saying is they did have. There was infect, and then there is poisonous. So they are two separate wordings. Poisonous had a number associated with it, and based on that number, it put that many poison counters if it connected. It's very similar to toxic. So I guess there's actually three words that put keywords that put poison counters on people. Toxic and poisonous are like the same thing, where it doesn't matter how big the body is, if it connects, you put a specific amount of poison counters on someone. Okay, sorry I got distracted, but we're gonna go into the deck. Kind of some thoughts I had about Assassins is prior to the Assassin's Creed block is the tribe was very obscure and it didn't have a whole lot of support, and then the set comes out and I would say of the 30 creatures that are in here, 25 of them are from Assassin's Creed. So that's how big of an impact it had on that tribe. Let's get into it. First pick, I have Undercity Eliminator. On ETB, you can you could sacrifice a creature to exile a creature an opponent controls. I particularly like these ETB clauses that let you sacrifice a permanent you control, i.e. one of your assassins, as fuel for your Altair. And then it becomes repeatable removal. So, like, there's a couple of these in here. There's this one. There is Ruthless Lawbringer. Both of them can hit any permanent, so it's very flexible removal that you could use over and over again when combined with Altair. He has a bit of a bottleneck where the sweet parts on the back end, you have to get rid of stuff on the front end so you can repeatedly bring it back into the game. It's like Chun-Li for specific creatures is how Altair plays. You get one trigger per combat, but once you have multiple things exiled by Altair, you bring them all into play, tapped and attacking. That's when the explosive stuff comes into play. Alright. This is another one of your sacrifice clauses. You could sacrifice something of your own, one of your assassins. And it's also a card advantage piece. It's pretty dope. It also has plot, so you can play for free later. Thrill Kill Assassin has Unleash. Because when you bring this back in token form, it's obviously going to be taken away at end of combat. You don't care if it can't block anymore, so it's effectively a 2-3 coming at people all the time. And it has Death Touch, so people don't want to trade with it. Flesh Taker, whenever you sack a creature, you gain a life, scry one. Nice little card selection, and then you could pump up a board +2/+2. Not the entire board, but a specific target. Oh, it's not as good. It only could hit itself. Nonetheless, it fills up your graveyard with assassins to enable a target for Altair. An annoying attacker that no one wants to trade with or block or attack into. Massacre Girl's pretty brutal. Recurring this would be fun. It's a May ability. I think you get to pick and choose. It's not a May ability, so you have to be kind of careful. Because Altair's attack ability is an up to one, I highly recommend you never select Massacre Girl. Because once you attack and this has a memory counter on it, it comes back every time and it probably scoops up Altair with it. A little dangerous. Ruthless Ripper, a Death Toucher, pretty annoying to deal with. Thorn of the Black Rose, it's a fun monarchy card, and it's hard for people to maintain the monarchy because you just get it back over and over again. And the monarchy triggers on end step, so because you could bring this back in combat, you'll get the monarch back and guarantee that you draw on your end step every single time. Necrotal, another brutal removal piece. You just can't hit artifacts / black creatures. Queen Marchesa, this is one of your another monarchy kind of cards. Only this one's more fun in that you get to make an assassin token if you happen to not be the monarch. Assassin Initiate. I've been thinking a lot about this lately. For 1 mana, you could give it one of 3 keywords. I think with Altair, quantity over quality is desired because you want to attack with Altair and dump as many token versions into play as you can. But it's more so an annoying thing that people don't want to attack into because you just trade a 1-drop for something significantly bigger. And it's an assassin, has a keyword on it. I don't particularly like it. Like, the moment a better assassin gets printed is the moment this comes out. Ravenloft Adventurer. Functions the same as the monarchy cards, but instead gives you adventure and can drain people for a bunch of life. Really good. It also exiles people's creatures from their graveyard, so it has a lot of utility. Arno gives you assassins +2/+0. Can't ask for much more when you're playing an aggro strat. And forcing people to trade with tokens must feel awful. Big Game Hunter to blow up things with power 4 or greater. Pretty relevant. And I can do it repeatedly. Violent Tumor. This is in here just so I could tutor for an assassin to dump in my graveyard to exile with Altair. Does the job just fine. Same with Corpse Connoisseur. Does the same thing. Only, I guess Corpse Connoisseur lets you do it twice because it has Unearth. Murderous Red Cap. This is a very flexible removal piece. If you're playing against other people that like to clutter the board, you could shoot multiple things off with this. Unfortunately, the tokens get exiled, so you don't get the persist trigger with Red Cap. Plus, it's a token, so it wouldn't work, but it still does 2 damage every time it comes in. Orc Lore Mage. Get to search your library for a card, put in your graveyard, and it's a repeatable effect. And you could also make them bigger if you target an instant or sorcery, but that's specifically for your creatures. Merciless Harlequin. This is a sweet card advantage piece. On ETB, you draw a card and lose a life. Olivia, the Opulent Outlaw. Whenever one or more outlaws, i.e. your assassins are part of the outlaw keyword, you make a treasure. So if you attack 3 opponents, you connect with them, you make 3 treasures, and then it's a handware garrison effect. You sack 2 treasures, pay 3 mana, you put 2 counters on everything. Pretty darn scary. This is more threatening and probably one of your finisher spells of the deck. Poison Blade Mentor gives in another assassin death touch. So, like, it forces people to take damage instead of trading their creatures off when I go for combat steps. Mari the Killing Quill. This is another exiling piece for creatures. Oddly enough, they both put hit counters. This and Ravenloft. So effectively they both affect each other. Pretty nice. How she works is whenever an assassin deals, or all assassins have death touch, and whenever they deal damage to a player, you get to remove a hit counter from a card that that player owns, and you get 2 treasures, and you get to draw a card. Nice deal. Little counteractive between this and the adventurer, but drawing is king, and I love drawing cards. Brotherhood Assassin. It's an annoying 6/3 that no one wants to trade with. Ishin, 2 Heavens is 1. This lets me exile 2 things instead of 1 and makes me make double the tokens. Because this is 1 giant attack trigger. So, perfect in what I want to be doing with Altair. Desmond Miles, little counterproductive because you're exiling stuff from your graveyard, so it doesn't size up that well. But I appreciate the Surveil trigger in that I could fill my graveyard with more assassins. On death, you make people lose 2 life and you gain 2 life, and it's a 4/1 to force people to trade with. Karlach, Fury of Avernus. I like this extra combat spell a lot because he himself doesn't need to attack like most of the creatures out there that give extra combat steps. It just cares if you have attacked and gives you a bonus one, obviously, so you could get through Altair's bottleneck faster. Aurelia the War Leader, one of the all-time best Boros extra combat cards in the game. It's also one of the cheaper ones. I feel like all the extra combat stuff has gotten more expensive. Minimally, this is the cheapest one. It's brutal. Relentless Assault still affordable at 3, I guess. But most of the extra combat stuff has gotten incredibly expensive because it's popular, unfortunately. Monetary Raid. I'm excited to play free running. Fortunately, my whole deck's full of assassins, so I could trigger this in multiple different ways. But if you never noticed, it says "or commander" at the end in italics in the description of free running. So it's a keyword that's useful in all commander decks. It's nice. And it's a really sweet impulse. It's slightly better than the instant speed one that has X in its cost, but because this lets you play stuff the same turn and the turn later, it's great. Love it. Excited to play it in all my red decks. For 26 cents, it's a good deal. If you're in red and you're playing on a budget, start running that. Overpowering Attack. This is a new extra combat spell that also has free running. It's basically a 3 mana, 28-cent extra combat. Can't complain. Considering how most of the extra combat stuff is expensive as hell. Buried Alive. This lets you find your 3 best assassins and ditch them to your graveyard. Probably your best tutor in your deck. And I'm just skipping over board wipes, ramp, and removal because they're functionally the same. Everyone knows what they do. They're in there to satisfy counts to make the deck functional. Response Resurgence, another cheap extra combat step for 5 mana. And it also has some flex, and it lets you shoot an attacking or blocking creature for 5 damage. Not bad. Lava Spur Boots. This is a very commander-centric deck, so keeping him alive will be very important. I wouldn't run him out there unless people have tapped down or you have this in play with Lightning Greaves or Swiftfoot Boots. It's hard to have the game go on because he also doesn't have haste. So not only do these boots function for getting your game plan going, but it also keeps your stuff alive. Sundial the Infinite. This is a fun card in this list. You could deal damage with your tokens, and then while the end of combat triggers on the stack, you could end your turn and keep all your tokens that you make and start stockpiling them. It's a great Sundial deck. Descendants Fury. This is a fun little polymorph card. Whenever a creature of a deals damage to a player, you could sack it and then reveal cards off the top of your library till you reveal a creature that shares the same type and dump it into play. So this lets me rifle through my deck and find my assassins as fast as possible. True Conviction. It's a finisher. Gives your stuff double strike and lifelink. Can't ask for more. And as for my lands, there's not a lot of utility in here. It's mostly just fixing. I have Ghost Quarter. That's about it. For a 3-color deck and only investing $16 into your mana base, that's a pretty sweet deal. And most of it comes in untapped. If it comes in tapped, it could either tutor or taps for all 3 of your colors. And that's the only exception I make because I absolutely loathe tap lands. But since I'm playing on a budget, this is around $100. I make that sacrifice for consistency. Now that you've seen the deck, let's play it. And I'll check the comments here. Need to go to life insurance. There it is. My lips are feeling kind of dry, so I might just walk away and refill my apple juice, and I'll be right back. It's a good time to break. I've been going at this for 2 hours and 40 minutes without non-stop talking, so I'm kind of proud of myself. Okay. I'm actually doing pretty good on target. I'm basically on a fourth piece. I've been streaming now for 3 hours, so I'm actually right on task here. I'll just create a game. If the lobby's still open, Neo, you're more than welcome to join. There's not a lot of people playing as late as I am. I also let the dog out, gave my ass a break. I'm not used to sitting as long as I do. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying. About to start playing the second deck of the night. After Altair, I'm going to be playing or talking about the deck tech for Shao and playing her. I'm the most excited for her because it's one of those, like, I was telling Neo this yesterday, I think, but um, it's one of those decks that you stumble across and realize it's much better than you anticipated. It's actually probably stronger than both the colorless deck I played before and this Altair list, but it's not anywhere near as popular, unfortunately. So I hope I get to shine some light on how strong she is between tonight's stream and when I release it into a video. I've um, adopted a schedule and a plan for like being consistent about releasing content. Is I'm gonna try and release a video a day, and on my off day I'm here streaming because I'm gonna be here recording anyways. It just felt like a low hanging fruit to grab. Like, no reason not to. I wonder, what does the stream look like? Is it smooth? Because on YouTube it says the bitrate is below recommended, but when I'm on my recording software, um, it's decent. It says it's healthy. Maybe I'm wrong. Since we're here just hanging out, I want to learn stuff. This is a learning moment for me. Yeah, so like over here it says stream status is good. And it has minor issues. I don't know what that means. To be fair, I am playing on a laptop. Um, that could be why. The machine is not meant to be doing recording software, gameplay, and streaming at the same time. Just no amount of equipment is strong enough to handle that. I wonder how it will impact the audio of this. Like, I'm very curious because I'm recording and I'm streaming at the same time. So maybe the recording will be fine, but the stream is not. It's hard to say. The chat is definitely going to be something I fix here. Uh, sometime this week before my next stream. I also specifically selected only 3 commanders in one setting because um, each commander gets 2 separate videos, a tech and a gameplay, and that equals 6 days, and it partitions everything out nicely. Hence why I chose to do as many as I did. Well, we got 2 players. Just waiting on one more. I think I played with Ziggy before. I could fire up as 3, but I don't know if anybody wants that. Here we go. We're starting anyways. DJ Stinky. I love people's names. DJ Stinky 1 with a 6. Oh god. Playing against Tiny Bones, the Locust God, and Atla. The Locust God is pretty hard to beat. Jeez. I got 3 lands and a rock. Can't ask for too much more. We'll keep it. Nice blend. I don't have card advantage, but hopefully we could fix that soon. I have interaction. I could blow people's stuff up repeatedly with Undercity Eliminator. And I can make things bigger with Dorian. So I got like multiple pieces of the equation solved. I just need to keep refilling my hand. Could be worse. And I don't like. I'm usually a really aggressive mulliganer. My rule for like mulliganing is I will mulligan to 5 cards, or whenever I hit 2 lands and a rock, and I just play it pretty consistently. And the rocks, the reason why I'm like that is because the rocks smooth out your early to mid game, and late game you hope isn't clunky, but it's expected, if that makes sense. Like, it's no surprise that people are having clunky late games. Lead with the Nomad Outpost. The reason why you should lead off with Nomad Outposts or over Terramorphic is the Terramorphic could only get you 1 land, versus this could tap for 3 different things, so it has flex. So, like, if I draw a double black card, or if I draw a double red or a double white, taking a turn off for the Outpost is just better versus Terramorphic. We're using these kind of effects as late as you possibly can is also good, but because it comes in tapped, you have to kind of weigh waiting too long, because then it doesn't do anything. It's not like the dual lands or the modal lands from Zendikar. The modal lands from Zendikar, you wait till the last possible moment to play them, so you have the most informed decision. You want that with the expanses, the evolving wilds, what have you, but you have to deal with the fact that you're gonna have a tempo issue. So you kind of want to like split the difference and play your expanses and evolving wilds somewhere in the middle, or as early as you can. But because I had Nomad, it was an easier decision. I might have wrote casual in the lobby, but like casual in here is so much different than what it is in paper. I have to expect Moxes and Mana Crypt all the time. Do I want to take the turn off now or do I want to take the turn off later? I guess I could take the turn off later because I'll have an awkward amount of mana no matter what. Keep that informed decision waiting just a little bit longer. Like, I have weird CMCs in my hand. Like, I don't want to be playing Arno just quite yet, and that's what would be nicely curving into. And I could play any other assassin just as easy. I could play Altair next turn and crack my Expanse. I'll be unprotected, but we'll see what happens. Kind of want to get around the tempo issues of not having haste. And if people blow them up, they blow them up. I don't have anything to exile from my graveyard anyways. Ooh. Fortunate... unfortunate for me is this Tiny Bones deck is really annoying. I have to get rid of things from my graveyard the moment I put them in my graveyard because I'm going to be shields down most of the game and he could just steal my creatures and prevent me from exiling them. In case you weren't aware, the Locust God is just a cantrip deck, and the Atlaplani is a polymorph deck. But I've seen very recently you could play him as a dinosaur tribal deck. I think polymorph is just way stronger. Yeah, let's get this out of the way. We'll get a swamp because I have a double swamp pip card in my hand. We'll just drop Altair. In the Assassin's Creed movie with Michael Fassbender, he's Altair, right? Am I misremembering that? That's his ancestor specifically? Or is it just a entirely separate universe from the video games? That also, it's been so long since I've seen that movie. I'm a huge Fassbender fan, but yeah, I don't remember. Maybe I have to rewatch that movie. I remember it sucked. Oh, okay. Leon's Triumph, that sucked. I think I forgot to talk about Strionic Resonator during my tech. Must have accidentally skipped over it. I really hope this Tiny Bones doesn't have another Edict effect, because I'm just going to keep walking into that with my Altair. Want to get past the summoning sickness. And then I could layer things. Like, if I get to untap an attack with him, um, I could blow up 2 things in the same turn. I could follow up with Undercity Eliminator, kill something, attack with Altair, bring it back, kill another thing. Although there aren't a lot of things in play anyways that I care about. I think getting around the summoning sickness is too important, though. Because by the time I play the Eliminator, there will be another round of turns, and people will have stuff in play worthy of blowing up by then. And who knows? This might be a bad matchup. This might be just a straight up control list with this mono black player. And then no matter what I do, I'll be screwed. At least I'm only trading resources that I can get over and over again. Versus if I was trading cards that were in my hand, I'm not getting them back. Because he could steal them. Hitting the right player. Doesn't have any creatures in the graveyard because it was just, the only thing that's died over there is his commander like me. Hey, I play that Assassin team. Gets to draw 2 cards. That's a top performer I want to draw. Kind of want at least one decent additional target for my Gorgon Assassin here. Oh, I'm going to lose it to... No, wait, he has to sack it. Never mind, we're good. It's only... I always forget which half it is, because, like, one half forces all of us to wheel, the other half only affects himself. Fortunately, his first half only affects himself. Definitely going to be killing that, because that could equate to a bunch of stupid locusts down the road. Mm. Something I forgot to include in this deck is a Darksteel mutation, because I like dealing with really annoying commanders like this one, where killing it is not effective enough. You need to neuter it. And normally I run Oubliette when I play decks that are black, but it's bugged on Moto. And normally I run both, and for whatever reason I have neither in this list. I don't think. Let's take a look. Yeah, I don't have it in here. I gotta sometime after this make that change. Maybe I'll let the Tiny Bones go. Kill the Whirlpool and the Outlaw this turn. Yeah, it feels great. So once it's out of my graveyard, the Tiny Bones can't steal it from me anyways. I'll just scoop that up later. I'll share the love. I'll hit the Tiny Bones player because I'm destroying a creature from the middle and right player. Honestly, maybe I should be beating on the middle player because they're so obnoxiously grindy. Yeah, we're gonna hit the middle player. Doesn't matter because I'm gonna sack it anyways. Oh man, it's exiled too, so the Tiny Bones can't even steal the creatures I just exiled. Oh, that feels great. Oh, that's awesome. Get a repeatable removal piece. I want to say good luck and have fun, but it feels kind of shitty to say that, after I did that to these people. So it wouldn't feel right. I might as well just leave the chat blank. Just a bunch of edict effects. That's annoying. This might be just a bad matchup for me. If all he's going to do is play Edict Effect after Edict Effect. Because most of the time I only have one creature in play during their turns, and that's my commander. The nice part about Altair is you end up stockpiling cards. So even though Altair's died twice now, I could cast him again and get this Undercity Eliminator down. And it remembers because of this counter. I'm a little worried because I feel like the middle and right player, they have, I guess, plans in place to survive even when their commanders aren't in play. Like they're probably playing a lot of big dumb stuff on the right side. So like they'll scale well in the late game. The middle player, they don't care if their commander dies because they'll just come right back, and then I'll just be stuck under the thumb of the black player, and I won't be able to keep up with these two. If his deck is just edict effects. Cavern might be significant. It's not playing against anybody abusing artifacts yet. You only got 2 treasures off of it. But it's a beater. It's a 5/5, right? 6/6. Even better. We're just gonna keep walking into the removal, I guess. I want to get that summoning sickness out of the way. The guy on the left says he's done with the edict effects, but we'll never know. Says he's done. He's already cast 2 of them. Ooh. My Undercity Eliminator actually deals with the Locust God effectively. It's a death trigger, so exiling it isn't... it's not like the other 3 or the other set where it puts it on the top 3 cards. Hey, I got my own Unscrupulous Contractor, so now I get to draw 2 cards. Like that card. I imagine he picks the... oh, he's picking the right player. That's fair. They're playing a bunch of big dumb creatures. Doesn't look like they're playing a dinosaur deck. Holy God. And he could animate something. This hand's wild. Everything is like 6 mana. I mean, he has a couple at his disposal. I guess I should have realized that this is a dragon deck based on the Dragon Sword card. That's wild. He also has an austere command, so you could take away that interaction if you wanted to. But I imagine he wants to pick a creature. The sad part is he can't play any of them. They're all so expensive. I guess he could play Ganix. Can make a treasure on ETV, and that's it. It's a 3/4 attacker and blocker. Honestly, if I was him, I would take away the... oh, he's going for Balefire Dragon. Could take a turn off and play it next turn. The guy on the right wants to surrender. I don't think he has to. I could just exile it when the player on the left steals it. It doesn't have haste. And then that little ship's over with. Hellkite Charger is pretty scary. Lathless is pretty scary. Savage Ventmaw is pretty scary. Luckily, I think the play on the right's going to be only playing 1 creature a turn. So I could deal with that pretty consistently. Underworld Dreams. Damn, that sucks. I was going to draw 2 cards with my Unscrupulous Contractor. Ah, what the hell, I'm going to do it anyways. It counters the Locust God pretty badly. They don't have a lot of tools. They could bounce it back to their hand, but That just means they could kill themselves. But this black player is just pissing everybody off. No, I don't. I imagine this guy has done something to affect us all in some way. It's definitely a control list. Wow, surrendered. That's surprising. If anyone had a reason to surrender, it's probably the play on the right. Now I don't get damaged by his fever dreams, I guess. I guess the Ganax has to go before the Cavern Horde because it produces more treasures. Capitoline makes a treasure based on however so many has. Artifacts. I think that's what the clause is. Yeah. So he only makes one on attack versus the Ganax. He can make multiple if he could cast multiple dragons. I'm trying to delay that as much as I can. He's killing my commander. That bastard. He's hitting me. Alright. That's honestly, it's probably the better choice because I was going to exile something of his anyways. With my attack trigger. The commander costs 9 now? Doesn't feel good. And it triggers every time something comes in. It's annoying as hell. Scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. You get the most expensive thing out of the way. I have 5 mana at my disposal. Maybe I go Flesh Taker, Underground Contractor instead. Yeah, I like seeing more cards. Might have probably should have led with the contractor first. Leave up the white for pathing and big dumb dragon. He has Laughless still in his hand and Savage Ventmaw. I'll give it the Flesh Taker. Ooh, funny. I could target people with this ability. If people get low enough, I could kill someone with a forced draw trigger. Because of this Underworld Dreams, I can make someone take 4 damage. That's fun. Yeah, the guy on the right has a lot of cards that cost 3 or greater. I imagine Laughless eats it here, but it could be... Uh-huh. Yeah, there's so many shitty stuff in his hand. I think Laughless is just better. Or the Austere Command. Because he could use it to blow up Thin Ice and get his things that shoot stuff. Scourge of Valkus back. Has Death Touch. He doesn't care. This thing only costs 1 mana. And this guy doesn't care because it's only 1 damage. Although, he has 4. He can't. There's no creature in here that he can cast. Yeah, just let it hit him. Yeah, this black player must feel kind of weird right now. This is like, this is starting to feel a bit of a discard deck, and I dislike them with a passion because of how they don't really scale well at all into the late game. They feel so weak. The moment they assemble an engine that draws them cards, which this guy does, he draws from the Dragon's Horde when he feels like it. Is this Austere Command? Kind of wish it. I hope it is, because I want that Band-Aid to get ripped off. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta kill this thing with my path now. Can't get anything to stick with that thing around. Beating on the black player. Doesn't change much considering all of his stuff is already dragons. But he can make a dragon token and shoot us somewhat reasonable. This, these big dumb dragon Timmy decks are hard to keep down because everything they play is scary. There's nothing, and there's not enough removal in the world because there's just simply more dragons in their deck than there is removal between our decks. Play my commander for 9. That's all I'm going to be doing. Just because of the tempo issues. Just keep on walking into it. It's the unfortunate thing about playing Altair is it's incredibly dependent on this being in play for the thing to function. And this black player, like I predicted, was going to be a hindrance for me and then affecting how I interact with the other two. Fortunately, the middle player left, and I only have to deal with the right. Because eventually, this discard deck is going to fall off. And that's just inherently what happens when you play discard decks. And that's why I don't like them. Consuming Aberration does 5 damage. Doesn't kill it, so I imagine there's something else up his sleeve here. Mutilate. Damn it. Okay. One of these days, I'll get to stick my commander for a second combat trigger. I've only been able to pull it off once. And he still has Savage Ventmaw in his hand. And Hellkite Charger. What a slobber knocker of a game. Oh, Masquerade Nexus makes Atla a dragon. So we got a trigger with Dragon Sword. We will keep going for as long as it takes. There's no point in playing the disguise cost. It's going to be an assassin. No secrets here. For a secret force here, we have no secrets. Get the mana out of the way. It's expensive. Taking a turn off. Who knows? Maybe this guy on the left has more removal, and I could just keep on punching this guy on the right. I could hit him twice. I could give my stuff. I hit him for 8 twice. If he manages to kill this, and whatever else he plays. No. Wishful thinking. Skyline Despot. Not only is it flavorful for being a dragon deck, but it's also an egg, so if it dies, he gets a 2/2 token, and he gets a tutor or polymorph something. Pretty slick. Has haste. Oh, you know what else sucks is Masquerade Nexus makes all these things eggs as well. So like even if we kill these dragons with like a board wipe, they get replaced with more dragons. Shit. Oh, this is rough. It's one of the best cards in Outlaw Polani's deck. I forgot about that interaction. Get rid of my Strionic. I like Showdown of Skulls. I don't want to just give things up. Rakdos Signet, Lava Spur Boots. That helps fix a lot of my issues this game. Hell yeah. Need black sources. 2 black cards in this pile. The activation of Vault off the table. Gotta answer this. What's up, babe? I am recording, but I could take a break. I am in the middle of a game too, so I guess it is double an issue here. Okay. I'm sorry, babe. Okay. Bye. I wonder if I go to combat and just rip the band-aid off. Yeah, let's just do it. See what happens. He's hoping we hit mana dorks. That'd be ideal. But then again, they're dragons too, due to Masquerade Nexus. Dragons cost 2 less. And Ancient Copper Dragon. Okay, that's probably one of the worst hits we could get. My stuff has first strike. Maybe he doesn't see it, but we're going to try. We'll make him just go through his whole deck, I guess. Why not? Tremoka. When our dragon attacks, he bolsters 2. Savant. Dragons cost 1 less. Who knows? Maybe the left player will board wipe and give them a fresh new 5 dragons. Yeah, this feels awful. Maybe I gave him something worth stealing. Balefire Dragon? But you could still block it. And he has to wait till next turn to attack with it. Yeah, it feels like we can't keep up with him. It was probably a bad move. I probably should have just waited longer. Try to go wide and kill him, but now he's just replacing weaker stuff with better stuff. It just feels like I'm delaying the inevitable when I do that too. Doesn't feel good. I don't have any creatures in my graveyard. Flesh Taker, that's it. Oh, you can draw cards. That's fair. Nice. You could actually do it twice. Cause Tiny Bones hits twice. That's kind of fun. C4 cards. But then he has no more mana to deal with that. Oddly, I would have took Path and Thin Ice. I don't know if that's good enough because it's lethal. What he has in play, all your stuff dies, the dragon comes back. I guess he denies him an extra combat. This is the other thing I dislike about discard decks is you inadvertently can make people. Imagine if I was able to attack freely with my commander. A lot of this stuff wouldn't be happening right now. I'd be denying death triggers because I'd be exiling his stuff. But this happens all the time where you when you play a discard deck and you inadvertently hand the game off to a different opponent and keep the other two players under your thumb. It's another reason why I don't like them. Probably should recast the path because it's more permanent. I'll let him. Alright. He will have one blocker up for me, and I get one draw trigger. Sure. Player on the left surrendered and denied the player a bunch of treasure tokens. It's kind of scummy. Although it doesn't matter. I'm living on a prayer. Even if he got all the treasures in the world, we'd be in the same place we are in now. See what I draw? Corpse Connoisseur. Just my commander cost 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have enough to play him and equip him. Let's make my Karlach bigger. This is a lot of damage, though. Because I get 2 combats here. I might actually win the game. Yeah. Hell yeah. I do a ton of damage right now. Because I get 2 combats. And I get to bring 2 things back on my second swing. Or I get 2 things now. I'm not a mathematician, but it's looking pretty good. I want the Altair to happen first, so I click Karlach after. Bring back. We'll do Flesh Taker. Since I can't cast anything else right now anyways. This might be enough. Wow. My commander died so many goddamn times. It kind of blows my mind that I'm going to win this game. Right. Let's set. Yeah, he surrendered. Did the math. Woo! Oh, that's why you don't surrender, people. If you just stick it out, anything is possible. Oh, God. That was brutal. 11 mana, 12. A lot of things went right there. Found that Lava Spur Boots. Maybe it's good that guy surrendered, actually, because he denied him all that mana, and he couldn't follow up with more blockers. Because he at least had the Savage Ventmaw, and he had at least another dragon in his hand, and he couldn't cast it because he was tied up in mana. But if he got a bunch of mana off that Ancient Copper Dragon, he would have had enough blockers and denied me maybe enough damage to survive. But yeah, it doesn't feel good, but it feels good at the same time, considering how many times my commander died that game. It felt awful. That's why I'm not the biggest fan of playing commanders that depend on the commander as heavily as Altair does. But he's cool. Maybe the matchup was a factor of why I didn't enjoy the game as much. The mono black control deck that just kills my commander on sight and everything that I do. I got one attack trigger at the beginning, and then I got two on the back end that close out the game because the Karlach gives me an additional combat. Yeah. Wild game. I'm just going to say that. All right. Next deck we're going to talk about. This is the deck that I built and was surprisingly powerful. I had not the, I was interested because Shao June has a tap ability. It lets you tap 2 artifacts, deal 1 damage to each opponent. I was going to just abuse Winter Orb, Howling Mine kind of effects. But then I realized that there's so much more you could do with her. In combat, as long as it's your turn, she has Flying and First Strike, meaning she wants you to go in a direction of equipment, because equipment are untapped and they're not used for anything else other than equipping, and they don't care if they're tapped or untapped. So this is a Voltron list. It's a budget list. It's $100 to play. It's an artifact list. It's a burn list. So, I don't know. If you like any of those archetypes, this is a deck for you. And then I get to play a bunch of cards that are unique to Izzet. There are 2 other commanders that like equipment and doing the Voltron thing, but that ping damage by tapping artifacts gives you that extra reach to close out games. Way better than the other 2 can. And it lets you play unique cards that you can't play in those decks either. So I'm excited to go over the tech for this. I call it Crouching Artifacts because Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, she's jumping around rooftops, jumping on air, kind of like in the movie. Tech. This is a token deck too, yeah. Okay. Saheeli, Sublime Artificer. Every time you cast a non-creature spell, make a colorless servo. The servos are artifacts, and oh yeah, we got a lot of non-creature spells. We have, 34, 41, 47, 50, 55 non-creature spells. So that's a lot of tokens you could potentially make with Saheeli. I'm just saying that the hits are good, and you just tap those 1/1s down to make, to just ping people for more damage. And then you could copy target artifact you control becomes a copy of another target artifact creature you control. It's only turn. I don't know when that's relevant. It's here just for pumping out little baby servos. She's a brood mother, that's for sure. Enthusiastic Mechanaut. You're playing 34 artifacts. The coupon's really great. Same with Foundry Inspector. Ornithopter Paradise. It's a mana rock for 2 mana. Psymask Stopters. This is another one of your brood sows. He makes Stopters. Third Path Iconoclast. This is another Brood Sow. Makes soldier artifacts. Loyal Inventor. I'm excited to play this because Shia June is an assassin. This is effectively a fabricate for 43 cents. Great on a budget. Treasure Nabber. If I have excess mana that I don't need, I at least have artifacts to the gain to tap to deal a bunch of damage to people. Seems fun. Ethereum Sculptor, another coupon. Transition Incinerator. This is one of my all-time favorite like creatures I slot in all my like burn decks. It's because the cost reduction, she gets reduced based on whenever you do damage, i.e. you activate Shao June twice and it becomes one red pip. And then after that, whenever a source would deal damage, non-combat damage to an opponent, you deal damage to a target creature that player controls. So you just start plinking everyone's stuff off. Reckless Fireweaver. On an artifact ETB, deal damage to each opponent. Thought Monitor draws 2 cards that has affinity for artifacts. Chromo Seed Shark. Also a Brood Sow makes incubation tokens. I don't care what kind of token it is, as long as it's an artifact, it's perfect. This is a good time to take a break. My wife needs some help. And my voice feels a little hoarse, so hope you don't mind if anyone's watching. That's a negative, so I'll be back in a little bit. Let's see how we're doing. Long intermission. Okay, we left off with... We're on Forensic Edge tier. Now, this one, whenever you cast an artifact spell, you investigate. Again, we don't care what kind of artifact we make. We just mean to make an artifact for casting our artifacts. This one makes clue tokens, and it kind of doubles because it reduces your equip cost by 1. Pretty sweet. Draw Weatherite Captain. This is one of your engine pieces. Whenever you cast a historic spell, you draw a card, including your artifacts. Reality Chip. This is a future side effect. Only your opponents don't know what you're about to draw off the top of your library, or play off the top of your library, rather. Gearsenstarn. This is one of your burn spells. It has Ward 2. Whenever a source would deal exactly 1 damage to a permanent player, it deals 2 additional damage to that permanent player instead. So, instead of doing 1 damage to each opponent, you're doing 3. And it's efficiently costed for 3 mana. It's like Fire Emancipation, but Fire Emancipation is double the CMC to have. Eagle Vision. This is another free running card that's really powerful that came out in Assassin's Creed. Lets you draw 3 cards for 2 mana. If an assassin or a commander did damage to people, since your commander is flying, that's probably likely. Really good card advantage spell. I don't think there's anything better. 2 mana, draw 3. Now for the artifact package. Hero's Blade auto-equips when a legendary creature enters the battlefield, so it turns your commander into a 6/5. Key to the Vault. This is a very cool and unique card advantage piece. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may exile a non-land card from among them. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order and may cast the exile card without casting its mana cost. For some reason, I thought this was on any damage, not just combat damage. So, I might have to cut this and add something else. It's not as good as I thought. I thought it'd trigger whenever I tap 2 artifacts. Let's throw in... I think Ophidium Eye is really expensive. Yeah, $4.63. It's a little steep. We'll just throw a card advantage card for a card advantage card. Just Chart of Course. I like Chart of Course a lot. There we go. We keep it at $100. This is a budget deck. I just want to make things affordable for all of you to play and compete with, hopefully, even against people that aren't playing on a budget. Which on the channel I end up doing a lot of. Erosion Mycosynth. This turns all your non-land permanents into artifacts. So that's pretty nice. Tenza Goto's Maul. This makes it so your commander gets +3/+3 in Trample. Locks on Warhammer for lifelink and Trample. How you do gain life whenever you tap 2 artifacts, so that's gonna be nice. At least 3 life per time you shoot your opponents. O Naganita, +3/+0 in Trample. Mystic Forge is one of your big card advantage pieces. Lets you place artifacts off the top of your library. Blackblade Reforged, sweet equipment. Scales based on how many lands you have in play. Champion's Helm gives +2/+2 in Legendary. If the equipped creature is legendary, it has hexproof. Basilisk Collar and a lifelink piece. Swift D boots. Also running all the boots for like Lightning Greaves and Lava Spur boots for the protection and the haste. Illusionist Bracers. Whenever an ability equipped creature is activated, if it isn't a mana ability, you get to copy it. Because if you look at Shao June, there is a colon. The cost is on the left. So if you've already paid the cost, you're doubling everything to the right of it. So instead of doing 1 damage to your opponents, you're doing 2 instead. Grafted Exoskeleton, this even applies to the ping ability, so you'll be applying a poison counter for every 2 artifacts you tap. And since this is a Voltron list, you could one-shot people with this thing too. Cloud Key, play a bunch of artifacts, nice coupon. Howling Mine. Winter Orb was a little out of budget because I wanted to feature some other cards that are pretty expensive, so I only got to play one of these effects where if it's untapped, the effect happens. So I just tap it on my turn to prevent my opponents from drawing, and then I go to my turn, I untap it, and on my draw step, it'll be untapped, so I'll draw 2 while everyone else doesn't get the effect. That's pretty sweet. Battle Mage's Bracers, it's effectively the same thing as Illusionist Bracers, only in this card I have to sink 1 mana to copy the ability. And it gives my creature haste. Need more haste enablers for sure. The Reaver Cleaver, this got reprinted recently, so it's more affordable finally. Came out in the MH3 Commander decks. This was like a $20 card, and now it's $6, so I'm glad to play it. And it's super strong. Every time the equipped creature deals damage to a player, you make that many treasure tokens, and they come in untapped. Meaning you could ping stuff people, or meaning you could ping people, or you could use that mana to pay more spells. Excalibur, this is a new card that I wanted to really try out. Costs X less for X the total mana value of historic permanents you control. You have 33 artifacts, so likely you could make this pretty cheap. Gives a creature plus 10 plus 0 in vigilance, and equip cost to a legendary creature cost 2. You should be 2-shotting people with this sword. Unwinding Clock, this lets you just churn out a lot of damage because you untap your artifacts on every player's upkeep. You just tap them down before the next players, do a bunch of damage, rinse, wash, and repeat. Curiosity is an all-star. Whenever an enchanted creature deals damage, you draw a card, i.e. when you tap your 2 artifacts, you get to draw off of it. Efficient Construction, this is one of your artifact horrors. They just put out a bunch of artifact tokens. Prison of the Moon, the neuter, really difficult and annoying commanders. Mechanized Warfare, this turns your 1 damage to 2 damage whenever you tap 2 artifacts. Virtue of Courage, I've always been looking for an excuse to play this thing, and I think this is the deck. It's a removal piece for 2 damage, just shoot off something for 2 damage, but the other part is whenever I deal damage to an opponent, exile that many cards from the top of my library, I can cast them this turn. So it's a, what do you call them? It's an impulse effect every time I tap 2 artifacts. Pretty awesome card advantage piece. Citadel Sleep, this is a removal part. Whenever a changed creature deals damage to a player, return a creature to its owner's hand. Again, a very efficiently costed for 1 mana to start bouncing things to people's hands. Mirror and Besiege. I will pick Mirren almost every time unless I have a lot of artifacts in my graveyard, which I think is going to be rare. This is here just so I could pump out a bunch of artifacts for casting artifacts. And then my lands are dirt cheap. $9 for this mana base. They're just here for fixing. I should put Ghost Quarter in here. Just for a rainy day. Yeah, I'll do that. And that's the list. I hope you enjoyed. I'm going to go in and play a game now with this and show you how it all performs. I think it'll be great. What do I call this deck? Oh yeah, Crouching Tiger. Or Crouching Artifacts. Let me throw that Ghost Quarter in here. And let's throw in the Chart of Course. It was just the first thing came to mind that was budget friendly, but I'm pretty sure there's other stuff out there that's better. Key to the Vault. Okay, let's go play. The reason why I took such a long break and partially why I record so late is I normally work weekends and I work nights, and Thursdays are my transition days, so I'm up late anyways, and there's just no reason not to stream anyways. There are downsides though. That means there's fewer people awake to watch, but if you want early access, because I am going to chop these videos down so folks can um, folks can watch it later. Mm. I must have missed someone here. Sorry, Brandon. I was off helping out the wife and taking care of the kids. I am doing decent for time. I expected I'd be recording for somewhere around 4.5 hours and going on to 5. If I didn't have to take care of my kids in the late night, then I would have been okay. I probably would have finished up in a decent around that time frame that I was expecting. Hey, the game's firing off. All right. Against Derevi, Vile Smasher, and Ikra, and Tiny Bones. Hey, Simpkins again. I don't have a mana rock, so I kind of want a mulligan. Or like a cost reduction piece. There we go. Ask and you'll get both. Played Simpkins earlier tonight. He's playing the same deck. It's a discard control list. The other folks here, Derevi is it's normally some kind of stacks deck. Vile Smasher and Ikra do a bunch of damage. And it gains life? I've actually never seen this color pairing before. It's kind of unique. It's also why I don't stream more often is because I'm a parent of very small children. Um, I don't have the luxury to record that often, and I don't mind. I'd rather guarantee my wife gets a nice or decent rest of sleep, um, and my kid, gets comforted when they're older and they don't need me to do that role that much. It's probably when I could start doing more with the channel or better time with the streams. But for now, um, it's what we're gonna work with. Trailblazer's Boots good. Makes Zo's commanders unblockable for non-basic lands. Hmm. I did. Oh, it's a lair. You sacrifice a swamp to keep this land around. Last time I saw someone play a lair, um, they played it turn one when they had no other lands in play, and they ended up sacking it. I think it was my Anacthea game. If you want to watch that, it literally happens like the first minute of the game footage where someone played a lair and forgot the ETV trigger, and they shame scooped. Middle place surrendered. Wonder why. It's relatively early in the game, so it's not like a lot has happened. So there's nothing really to be sore about. It's more of that vein of like, why did you even queue? Interesting. Um, I could play my commander now, or I could play Cloud Key and follow up with Bracers. That sounds good. The Tiny Bones player could steal the Diligent Farmhand, but they can't sack it to get the land with it. Oh, it's pretty slick. Um, he could have untapped his Lotus Field. I wonder why. Oh, he did. This comes in tapped. Pretty slick. He could make 7 mana on his next turn. Exponential Growth. That's a pretty scary card. With the Primal Amulet. That's probably a good target. They're clearly a Spellslinger deck, not a um, what do you call it? Not a stacks deck like I was expecting. We'll play Shao June. Why not? 2 mana. Now, this free running, can I tap it now? I have to look that up. Do I have to deal combat damage, or is it any damage? Yeah, it has to be combat damage. Okay. I was wondering if I could tap stuff now, or if I should just wait. In that case, I will just equip the bracers here with my extra mana. Or is this 3 to equip? Damn, it's expensive to equip. Man, Shao June's also one of those commanders where you can't just pass. I think on my following turn, I will Loyal Inventor for a card engine artifact, so I want some cards. Might be Mystic Forge. So now the left player has 3 cards in hand that we don't have information about. They have 4 mana at their disposal. I imagine they Pierce Whim here. Yeah, okay. In that case, I'm going to tap those 2 permanents down. And I'll give up the Thopter token. It's the least impactful thing. Coupons are great because it lets you string multiple spells together far easier and a lot further than Ornithopter. It makes me a little more vulnerable to the Tiny Bones player because I know for a fact that they're just playing a bunch of Edict effects. And that's from our previous experience. And then he tutored out Field of the Dead. Taking this Primal Amulet. Pilfering the left player is also probably still a good choice because he still has 3 unique cards in his hand that we don't know of. Just more card advantage and a big ass board wipe. Oh, he's leaving the Hour Revelation. That sucks. That could really mess me up. Oh no, no, yeah. He left that and he took away the exponential growth. kind of want more creatures in play just out of fear of the right player. Doing something to me that I wouldn't appreciate. We want cards. Maybe reality chip. Yeah, I think the best thing is still... It might be Mystic Forge. No, reality chip's probably better, actually. Attack the left player. They're showing a lot of money with Field of the Dead. They have a lot of cards, a lot of options. I should be able to look at the top of my library whenever I feel like it. I don't see... There should be a little window for me. Or does this only work on my turn? No, it says at any time. Oh god, making a copy of Field of the Dead? He's choosing me to make a copy. I guess I could do Loyal Inventor, get another artifact. Why not? It's not a May ability, I have to. Fortunately, I get to feel up his options for blowing up the board. Maybe go with Unwinding Clock, but I don't want to be too committed. Maybe Thought Monitor's better in this situation. Because he's just going to blow everything up here in any moment now. So now there are 3 copies of Field of the Dead. Luckily for us, he only has 4 unique land types in play. He needs to get 7 for those to be online. But, like, all the more reason not to show this guy any mercy. Eagle Vision showing its stuff in this game. So we're at 9 artifacts or 9 permanents in play. So we're literally 1 away from him blowing up the board, and that includes like non-creature permanents. It's really annoying. He's got that Hour of Revelation in his hand. I still don't know why I can't see the top of my library. That'd be nice. Nice to know information. They're at 6 unique land types. 1 more and they're there. And then every time he drops a land, he makes 3 zombies. It's pretty scary. Ah, I didn't tap. If I lose by 1 life, we'll all know why. Dramatic Reversals on top of my library. Back to 0-4. Nice. These have Vigilance. That's pretty dope. This is a good chunk of damage. Oh, I'm in a weird spot. I don't want to commit more stuff to the board for this guy to just blow it up later. Nor do I want to waste my mana. So in that case, I'll just equip this. Call it Gucci. I guess I could play 1 more artifact so I could shoot him for 4 damage. Oh. He can still untap that thing and tap it for triple white. I'm just kind of like seeding stuff out there. Not too much. And kind of hedging my losses. Yep, okay. It's not like we didn't see it coming. Thought monitor gets a little worse. And then they follow up with the land so they don't lose their zombies to their board wipe. Untaps his Lotus Field. We do this again. Something else, I imagine. Huh. He untaps the white source. Or he needs double blue. Okay, more zombies. Weird card. This is a prime example of why I'm a firm believer that Strip Mine is not an evil card. It's because you have to deal with stuff like this on a pretty consistent basis where they're just going to beat you with their mana base, and then they do everything very non-committal. Everything just tutoring for lands or blowing up the board. Every time he makes a land drop, he puts 6 power into play. And it's very hard to interact with. Lands are incredibly abused in this game. It doesn't feel nice. I feel like I'm just pissing in the wind. It's so easy to rebuild for this guy. Like, if he draws a land, he gets what he wants. If he doesn't draw a land, it's probably a card advantage piece, and then he'll find a land to get what he wants. I'm just delaying the inevitable. Look at that. Gets a land. Cool. Right back. Oh, wait for his bobble. All right. Luckily for us, it doesn't put it in his hand, or into play. It puts it in his hand. Or does it put it into play? Maybe I was thinking of Expedition map. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, nothing had changed. Of the things he could have discarded or forced this guy to discard, I honestly think the Hour of Revelation was the better target. When he had the chance and he had 2 shots at it. He chose Primal Amulet and Exponential Growth instead. Was this guy watching? He was watching that entire time. We've been playing for 30 minutes. Why didn't you just stick around and play the game then? I don't understand why you left. Guess Grimoire's good in a discard deck. got Dowsing Dagger in his hand. Rivendell, huh? Doesn't feel good. But I would like some cards. Vessel Caller ain't bad. Can help keep my life afloat for a bit. He's going to be hitting me for 10. Or the other guy for 10. I don't know, whatever. Whatever grabs his fancy for punishing. Alright, 12, because Derby flies. Oh, I guess he plans on beating the guy on the right, because he tapped on his one blocker. I feel like he's going to share the love here. Maze of Ith. Perfect. What a top deck. So now he could reduce the damage I put out by 3. I guess now my Shao June is just a blocker. But even then it's not that great because I'm not getting life. He could prevent damage even when I'm declaring her as a blocker. Ugh. Frustrating. I hate how safe this kind of stuff is. This flips over, and he gets another land, puts another 3 bastards in the play. Might set an upkeep stop so I could activate Rivendell, look for some stuff. Oh, and he gets 2 for a land. So you can make another 3 zombies. The Undercity. What a gentleman. Untapped my thought monitor. Um, he is played a blocker. He forces the guy on the left to commit a little bit more, I guess. Stealing a creature. Another block. Oh man, it's happening. Alright, let's scry some cards. See if we can dig ourselves out of this hole. I don't have a lot of spells to take advantage of, so we're putting that on the bottom. Same. Been nice earlier. Drew land. That doesn't feel good. Drew another land. Alright. If he wants to untap my commander, he can. Oh, we know he has a basic in hand. Yeah, we get it. Do your thing. What did he bring back? He tutored, or he got drawn from dreams back. So you get a selection of 2 more cards. Top 7. I was worried that he picked the stupid uh, replication technique and just made 2 more copies of the Field of the Dead. Just to rub more salt in the wound. Alright. Copying Maze of Ith, copying the Lost Veil, and copying my Thought Monitor. And he gets 3 copies of each. This might actually break the goddamn game. Normally, this many triggers if something does cause motor to crash. I do feel like if Field of the Dead gets destroyed, this deck doesn't function. Yeah, he crashed it. Ah, shit. It's annoying. I think we would have lost anyways. I don't even care to know what I would have drawn. I just hate when something like that happens. Where they take a massive turn knowing that it could possibly crash the game. It's a bummer. Just sat here and played a game. I could play another one, but I think I don't know. I didn't get to do the wild stuff with it. The goal is I just dump a bunch of artifacts and I tap them all down to drain people to death. And then on top of that, I have the Voltron plan of finishing people off that way. Didn't work out that way. And that's okay. I had a good start. What do you call it? The triple white blow up everything was like the damning part of that game. Couldn't recover, and he just sat there just dumping lands after copying the Field of the Dead 3 times. There's not even like a good like answer to that. You would have to blow up the land mid target, and he wouldn't ever have cast that demonstrate spell if one of us had like a strip mine effect in play. And if we got the strip mine after that resolves, he still had 2 copies in play, and that still probably would have been enough to destroy us. I'm just upset that it ended with an inconclusive ending, but he had so many cards in hand. He had everything he needed in play to close it out. I'll just accept it as a loss, and we're going to move on. It's a bummer because I really like Shao June a lot. I just didn't get to do the thing for as long as I would have hoped. And that's just part of Magic. Happens all the time. If you enjoyed, subscribe. I did 3 decks, at least 3 deck techs just tonight, and I played all 3 of them. I'm going to edit and submit videos for each tech and gameplay individually throughout the week, and then I'll repeat this process and see if that schedule works for me. I'm pretty excited to try it out, and For those of you who had joined, I think there's one person in here watching. Yeah, no problem, man. I had fun too. I'm glad that you came in here to watch for a little bit. Um, I'm definitely going to retire for the night. I've been streaming for 6 hours now. Thanks for your time. Thanks for the game. Take care, Simpkins.